So today we're going to talk about React and TypeScript. So what is going to be in this course? And what do you need to know? One, you do not necessarily need to be, it's not like I am already a TypeScript master and now I'd like to also learn how to use it with React. The expectation is that like you've played with some React, you're mostly familiar with React, and you have probably heard that TypeScript is supposed to be good, right? Type safety, that seems like a thing. And then you're probably, like my origin story with this was, I think the first time I tried to use TypeScript was like 2016, right? Less gray in my beard, more youthful exuberance. I'm like, let's try a strongly typed version of JavaScript. And that's great when you first try it out. And then like the second things get hard, you're like, or I could go back to JavaScript and just do whatever I want all the time instead of having a compiler yell at me. And so that was like the first 2 years, right? And then we were doing this big rewrite of this app in 2018. And we had already been living with this large code base. It was like one of those like layer cakes. And so it was, they had a Rails app that had CoffeeScript and jQuery, and then they put a React hat on top of that. And now we were gonna like rewrite the thing, right? And so like changing that out in place, the team was like, we should probably use TypeScript, right? That seemed like the responsible thing to do in 2018, possibly. In 2022, almost definitely. And so it starts out like this, like you do the easy mode, and then you come across some issue, and you either A, start throwing any types anywhere, or B, you start just randomly copying and pasting stuff you find from the internet. And that is, I think where a lot of us live for a really long time. And so the goal of this course is to kind of like, not only just go like, okay, this is what you do here, this is what you do there, but kind of two major themes, which is one, kind of understanding some of the just like philosophical underpinnings of what we're doing and why. So we'll start out kind of slow and then ramp up. And then two, the main hypothesis that I'm going to try to push on you is that a lot of times the answer is literally in your editor. I'm going to be using VS Code because I figure VS Code, Microsoft, IntelliSense, Microsoft, TypeScript, Microsoft, it all works together. I assume that a lot of these will work in other editors as well, but that is kind of my experience. And so a lot of times actually using TypeScript in React and using a lot of the hints and just like features in your editor to kind of like have some introspection about what's going on is a lot of times the best way to figure out the path forward. Right? A lot of times instead of like, all right, let me jump over into my web browser and look up the docs on TypeScript, you can actually just like hover over stuff sometimes and kind of get the answer. So if like there's one main skill that you get out of this, it is how to kind of use your actual React and TypeScript app to learn how to use TypeScript in your React app. It's like a positive feedback loop. We're going to learn TypeScript through building React components, right? And I think that if you're like, I'm into this, there are definitely some other workshops that Frontend Masters has that cover like just purely TypeScript in depth, but this is kind of like learning through doing with a React application. At one point, when we start escalating up the complexity of things, we'll take a brief detour into like just enough TypeScript to keep you dangerous, right? Just to kind of go back into some of the more advanced stuff. And then we will jump into some more complicated patterns in React. A lot of the stuff in React in particular, which is a lot of executed at runtime, you could have stuff like prop types, and we'll see that. We'll convert some stuff from prop types in the very beginning, where it's like, oh, it'll log to your console only in development. And that's great if like for the actual view you're looking at, but a lot of times like if you have a large enough code base, somewhere off in the distance, you might have broken something. Right? And yes, in a perfect world, you have amazing tests and everything is great. But it'd be really great if in your editor immediately you saw a little red squiggly line that told you and you could just fix it right then and there. You think about, unless you're better than me, the number of mistakes you make a day. If you can cut it from having to jump over and look at the console to just seeing it immediately, that's, you can become a 10x developer. No. Also, more important to me is autocomplete. It's the idea that I will immediately start typing and it will tell me the rest of the answer. Because I have lost afternoons, maybe full days, to like misspelling an action type in a Redux or use reducer, or something along those lines. There's literally, like midway through the course, there is an issue where I was like writing the solution to an exercise and I made a stupid typo. I was doing it in like without the types first to then show you. I was like, you know, if I just had TypeScript this entire time, this wouldn't have happened to me. So we'll kind of look at that as well. And then, you know, having worked on some very large code bases, it is nice, like I said before, if something changes somewhere else, you have multiple people working on a code base, having a lightning fast compiler to just find all these little things, all these edge cases, definitely make life easier and make it so that you do not get paged. I do not like getting paged. Right, so thereby I wanted to pay some of the extra tax in the ceremony around setting up types and some of those extra things. A lot of the times, another theme is that TypeScript tries its hardest to stay out of your way, and only kind of like steps in and sometimes feels a little bit pedantic when your code is actually like less clear than you think it is. And so I think we've actually seen this throughout like even third-party libraries. Like a lot of code, now that TypeScript is becoming more and more popular, is getting simpler and simpler. There's less magic a lot of times, right? So it kind of, in a lot of ways, forces you to write simpler code and be a little less fancy. And I think that over time contributes to the quality of your code base. So with that, let's get into it. One of the things we have available for us is this fun little website. It has basically everything I'm going to say today, and probably more, as well as all of the different repos that we're going to use. So if you want to get ahead of the curve and clone and run npm install now, that's totally fine. You don't really have to. For some of the smaller ones, I'll put up some sandboxes and stuff along those lines. But generally speaking, you can kind of follow along with me as I'm going through stuff, and we can kind of see some stuff together. So some of the big updates between version 1 and version 2 is like React 18, right? And with React 18, there was a bunch of like changes to some of the types. So for instance, like in React 17, and we're not there yet, we'll point it out when we get there, you could just use like react.functional component. It was like assume that you support children, all those things. And like that doesn't work anymore in React 18. So it's like lots of little things that are somewhat different between 17 and 18. There's a number of like kind of new like helper utilities, and just generally speaking, like I think one of the things, if I compare even like 2016 TypeScript to 2018 to 2022, like every release, stuff gets a little bit more powerful and a little bit easier. So like in a lot of ways, there's like both a few things that you can't do anymore because they're no longer supported, and at the same time, like a lot less ceremony and work, and the helpfulness in the editor increases more and more. So like even in V1, I was like, yo, you should use the editor to like figure out the right thing. And that was like a mostly good approach. And I would say that like these days that it becomes a really good approach. So I think doubling down on that skill is incredibly useful. TypeScript component. All right, so this is a TypeScript component. And my challenge for you is to try to delineate what uniquely makes it a TypeScript component. Yeah.
File extension is TSX.
That's about it. If I changed the file extension on this file, it would go from a TSX to a JSX, and it would go from TypeScript to JavaScript. And this is, again, one of the main points that I want to like double down on, which is TypeScript tries its hardest to stay out of your way, right? It just tries to be helpful. If you find yourself like out of the box doing like a ton of like typing, that's probably an anti-pattern, right? Because like, TypeScript is going to do everything in its power to figure stuff out. So even in this, if we hover over name badge, you can see that one. All right, it knows that this is a function that takes no arguments and returns a JSX element, right? And so if I tried to use some other function in JSX, it wouldn't work because it knows it's not returning a JSX element, and it knows that this is a valid React component that's a function, right? It just figured that all out on its own. Even if I hover over any of these elements, I kind of get the types, and yeah, they look like a bit much, but if you squint, you can mostly figure out what's going on as I hover over that like section, right? It's an HTML element, right? Cool. Of the section type, so on and so forth. Class names, you can see they can be a string or undefined. You can mostly try to like use the inspiration of what the typing in React has already done for you to kind of like figure out what something should be. Now, that said, this is, not only is this both a TypeScript as well as a JavaScript component, I guess technically if it wasn't for class name, it was just class, this would also be like almost HTML, right? So like to say like, oh, they're almost the same is a little disingenuous because we haven't really done anything with this yet. So there are obviously like usually some kind of React component either takes some kind of state or props, right? That's a thing. Otherwise, you would just handcraft HTML. And that is the case here as well. So for instance, we could throw in a prop. We'll put a name, for instance. And you can see that TypeScript is starting to get a little angry with me. That's good. I need it angry with me. So I have strict mode turned on for the entirety of this workshop. And if you're migrating a code base, you might still choose to use strict mode. You might choose not to, but like for the purposes, especially of us learning, like having all the rules in place makes sense. And so the first thing is that name has implicitly an any type. It has an any type. Any is like, I don't know, YOLO, right? And what it's saying is like, can you tell me what name is supposed to be so I make sure it has all the methods? And if you look right now with name, if I put a dot after it, like I get nothing. However, I can say, okay, like here are the prop types. And like a lot of times in regular JavaScript, you don't have to use that library called prop types, but you can to have like React check to make sure like, hey, you said name was supposed to be a string. Is this a string? Because like most of us have encountered what was previously known as like undefined is not a function, or you call an array method on null, or something along those lines. Most of the errors in our applications are type errors, right? And so having something to run and check, but TypeScript was able to figure out the return value of this, but it doesn't know what is eventually going to get passed in just by reading the code now. That's something that happens in practice. So whatever TypeScript can figure out for you, it does. You don't have to worry about it. However, anything that TypeScript can't figure out, you got to be a friend. You got to help out, right? And so we can basically just say, all right, cool. It's an object, and name is a string. And now TypeScript is happy again. You can see the application TSX is immediately upset with me. All right, good. Like, it ought to be upset with me. I told it that the name badge takes a name, and I didn't give it a name in here. So I can go. Cool. You can save that. And now I didn't even need to save for all those errors to happen. As I typed, all this checking was going on. I don't have to like flip back to my browser, see it crash, go, oh, look at the console log, get yelled at, or sometimes like in development mode in React, it'll show it to you like but I don't have to do that. I can instantly see tabs are changing colors. If I had like the sidebar open, stuff would change colors there as well. It becomes really easy like once you get used to just kind of following the flow, right? Especially if you're doing a refactor, which is sometimes perilous, especially if you don't have great unit tests. Of course you have great unit tests. Everyone has great unit tests, right? Having something immediately telling you the first time that you're using TypeScript and you get all the red squigglies to go away, and then you flip over to your browser and your like big refactor just worked, it all pays off. All right, so if this looks confusing to you at all, like in TypeScript, a simpler version would be like, it's just the type of that argument, right? And so you can see this takes a number, returns a number. I could specify that it returns a number as well. I don't need to. I do this actually a lot, though, in a lot of my helper functions, because sometimes I accidentally don't have a conditional or something along those lines. So sometimes it would be like, don't ever return undefined or void in this case. Like, make sure I get a number out of this. I will sometimes type the return argument to keep myself honest. But if you don't, TypeScript will just look at the function and figure it out. So this kind of like set of curly braces over here is the same as doing like changing this just to props here as well, right? Everything, it's the same idea. It's just regular TypeScript for a function, and everything works as expected. The other cool part is now that it knows it's a string, the only methods that show up here are string methods, right? So immediately, not only am I getting the safety and like all the checking in my very complicated app, as you can see, but on top of that, like, my life is now more convenient. Because there's like, I've been doing this now for a really long time. There's a few like methods that I will still never remember, like which one's which, right? Unshift versus like push, and shift and pop. Like pop and push I got, unshift and shift like never, right? And so like remembering all of those, and like even some of the new ones that are all like which strings have includes the includes versus contains, I'll never remember which one's on which. And the nice part is, because I'm using TypeScript, I don't ever have to learn, right? Because my editor and my compiler will just tell me. I think this is what, when I started writing Ruby and JavaScript, and people who coming from like real programming languages would say like, oh, like strongly typed languages are better. I think I now know what they mean like a decade later. So we have all of this in place. Everything kind of works. And that's pretty great. Now, be clear, this works like because this is a pretty standard function, right? If I did something like, if you look at this function now, well, it's like, well, this could return a JS element or null, right? And like, if that's what you want, that's great, because now TypeScript will like know that this function, depending on how it's called, can turn one or the other, right? If, however, you are writing something the first time, I will do this a lot, which is I will say, no. Like, make sure I return a JSX element, at which point it's like, hey, there is some condition here where you don't, right? And for me, this saves, how many unit tests have you ever written, which are just like, okay, this function is supposed to take a string, but like, what happens if I pass in undefined? What happens if a number comes in? Like, there's so many unit tests that we write, and so one of the many other like things I'm going to try to pitch to you over our time together is sometimes, yes, this is a little more work than just playing fast and loose with JavaScript, but oftentimes the number of unit tests that you save yourself that you totally were going to write, or bugs in production really, are cut down drastically, right? And if you're like, I do these things all the time, just think of your least favorite teammate. Cool. So we have that all in place. So what we can do now is figure out like, what does it mean to like navigate from like these props and stuff along those lines? Like, there were other ways to do this, right? There were prop types. If we look at over here at this control panel, which I'm not really using, but it makes a point. This is a JavaScript file, JSX. And two things to point out is I could import this file just fine. So if you're worried about migrating a React app from JavaScript to TypeScript, like once you have the basic TypeScript set up, there's a property in the tsconfig called allow.js. Does anyone want to venture a wild guess what that does? Yeah, it allows JS, right? And so one of the things that we could do, one of the things I'm going to have you do, is kind of, we're going to try to transition this file from JavaScript to TypeScript. So two major things. One is that if you have prop types already kind of set up, it's fairly easy to do. Two is that we know that JavaScript and TypeScript can live together pretty nicely. It's a little trickier when the TypeScript file is importing the JavaScript file, to be totally honest, because like everything is in any type, but it's kind of like you were just working with JavaScript. They can integrate nicely, and then two, converting is fairly easy. Mark.
There's a couple of questions in chat around setup and configuration of TypeScript.
Yep. Let's see.
Like, are we using Create React App?
I am using Create React App because I feel like it's the common standard denominator.
And are there any configuration things you tend to use in TypeScript?
Yeah, I will show you just kind of the basic one that I use. OK, so this is, I can't remember if this is the one that comes with Create React App or this is the one I pasted from another project. I actually just made my own template because I do enough of these. This one I don't normally keep on if I'm starting a new project, which is allow.js, because if I'm starting fresh, I don't need to like create a future migration problem for myself. But this is, most of these are kind of standard, right? Sometimes you might want to target like a later version of JavaScript, but ES5 is pretty safe. Obviously we're using JSX. Let's see what else is kind of unique and important. But these are mostly standard. I almost always keep strict mode on. Because when I don't, and then I decide to turn it on later, I then have to make things in strict mode. So some of these, I think these are very like safe defaults. This one up here lets you just import React instead of like star from React, which you might have seen in some TypeScript blog posts. So like, if it doesn't have a default export, you can just, it figures it out for you. These are kind of most of the cases. Like this is nice too, which is like if you have a case statement and you exhaust all the different options, right? You don't have to do the default thing. It will like figure all that out for you. Again, like stuff like strict mode I might turn off if I'm migrating an app, right? Allow.js I might turn on if I'm migrating an app. But like generally speaking, this is the setup that I use.
Yeah, there was another question around being able to run from the command line and see, kind of all the TypeScript errors throughout your project.
Yeah, so like depending on your setup, so if you're using Vite or like a modern version of Webpack and you have the server running, like you will see them, right? I just could see them in the editor, so I didn't. But like, for instance, let's take this out. And now the editor knows immediately that I have a problem. Oh, we got to change over. We got to save that file. So you'll notice that like I didn't see the error immediately in my web server because I didn't save all those files. So the web server knows when you save the file, your editor knows immediately, which is also kind of nice during a refactor, right? Like that it'll still be up and running and I can like solve all the red squigglies and then go take a look, but you will see it in your terminal as well across your entire app, not just the file that you're looking at. All right, so your mission is to take that control.jsx, do the very hard work of flipping that J to a T, right? And then what we want to do is refactor those prop types into an actual prop and just kind of get warmed up and get into it. Like I said, for stuff that might not be totally obvious, try not to look at the docs. See if you can do it from just hovering over stuff in the editor and use the actual tools to figure out how to use the tools. It's like building your own lightsaber, right? Guys, we're changing the file extension from JSX to TSX. We're going to take those control panel props and turn them into actual TypeScript types. We might go for a bonus run and just add another property so we can play around with it a little bit on our name badge. And then we're going to try to figure out what to do with at least the onChange handler, right? Because like I told you, like, hey, just say it's a string for the name. I didn't really tell you what to do with events. So that was like, a little vision quest for you to kind of like look through. But we'll kind of figure out how to use the editor to figure that out. OK, so we have some of the answers down here. Like step 1, you can either change the editor, or you can like git move if you want like your Git history to be nicer. I'll just do it in here for right now. And so, OK, I changed it to TSX. I'm getting like everything mostly works except for the fact that like it didn't acquiesce that these prop types were real types. So the convention, and I like conventions because I don't want to come up with my own, right? And also like one of the hard problems in computer science is naming things. So what you will normally see I don't know who made this rule, but the standard convention is you could type it in line or you can make a new type, which is what we're going to do. And a lot of times for React components, you would call it control panel props. And that would be the type of the props that you would pass to the control panel, right? And we'll start out by saying that we know that name is a string. And let's just say that onChange for a hot minute is any. Now, one of the things that I want to say early now, which is if you ever feel tempted to use any, you should avoid that. Any is infectious. Like when you have one any, anything that any touches basically becomes an any. And now you have signed up for a life where you do like most of the work of having TypeScript in your React app and get only like 60% of the benefits. So as soon as an any is entering any, like it just everything in any touches turns to an any. So we'll do that for a minute. I'll like sneak a few any's in there, like to set up exercises, and we will try to eradicate them over our time together. So we'll save that. And then all I have to do at this point, if you didn't like that like set of curly braces in the other one, you just do control panel props. And this is now like officially a TypeScript component. It has some extra stuff I don't need, like this. This isn't doing anyone any favors anymore, which means I don't need this. And that, for a very simple component, which, if you think about your app, like a few complicated pieces, and then like the way the satellites are around the Earth, like a satellite of like smaller pieces, right? Where we can have this kind of in place. Which leads us to our next challenge, which is what do we do about on-change here? And so my challenge to you, yeah, Alex.
Can I answer? Or?
Sure.
Change event handler HTML input element.
Let's hover over that. And yeah, we can see that, the default type of an on-change. So what do we do about our on-change? Well, we look at what React did to the default element, and we steal that. Right? So it's saying like, oh, like an input element's on change is this type React change event handler on an HTML input element or undefined. Yoink. Copy. Paste. Boom. Right? We just used our editor to figure out what the type should be on that one. Right? And so a lot of times, if I'm like, oh, I don't know what a form should be, you can mostly I'll make the element and I'll figure it out. Mark.
Is there a reason why we are using type over interface here? Is it a different use case?
Yes, I am spiritually prepared for this question. One moment, please. So the question was, why are we using type instead of interface? And so, a while back, there was a lot more of a difference between a type and an interface. In modern versions of TypeScript, there are less differences between types and interfaces. An interface is kind of like a class where you can extend it and kind of override individual properties. A type is a little bit more constrained, but you can kind of use it with what we'll see later are like generics or type variables, a little bit easier when you're combining stuff together. If one were to Google this, you would find probably, I would say 80% of this advice saying that for public-facing things where you want someone to be able to extend it, to be able to pull it forward using interfaces for like public libraries, but for internal stuff using types. You will also find some arguing the opposite. It doesn't matter so much, generally speaking, my heuristic then, given the like private public kind of piece and extending versus like using unions and intersections, which we'll see in a little bit. I tend to use types unless I explicitly need an interface. There's little places where we're combining two types that have an overriding property where it can become a little tricky, and then I'll grab for an interface. But like my heuristic is to use types. However, if I were to like go to somebody else, join a new team, and in their application they're using interfaces everywhere, you know what I'd start using? Interfaces, right? Yeah.
Sorry, what is that exactly as an interface?
So an interface, if I wanted to change this type from a type to an interface, I would change this word to interface. I'd get rid of that equal sign. No red squigglies, right? The difference is if I wanted to I could say interface for admins only. I can do this extends.
Oh, it's kind of like a class.
Yeah, and I could say so it's got all the other properties, but I could also say right. So now this has name, which is a string, on change, which is an event handler, and is admin has to be set to true, right? If I wanted to do this with types, it would be like that, right? So they both get me the same effect. It's usually when these have overlapping properties or stuff like that, stuff gets a little bit different in the actual implementations. But generally speaking, these will do functionally the same thing. So my rule of thumb, so the question was, do I always leave them in this file, or do I put them into a globally available definition file? The answer to that question, that either or question, is yes, right? Generally speaking, because if I put them into a d.ts file, and I think I have an empty one sitting over here, like any types that I put into this file, and later examples will have stuff in here, mostly because I don't want to like clutter stuff up. But in a larger app, like I will usually put like the very commonly used like models, right? So like the thing I work on has workflows, and workflows have events, and those are used all over the place. It's like whatever the core like things that your app is showing, right? Like if it was Twitter, tweets, right? Like those types that I'm using everywhere, I don't want to import those constantly, right? So I will move them into this file. That said, I personally, and this is definitely like a subjective opinion thing, tend to start them out in the file because like I don't need to be littering the global namespace with all these types that are only ever actually getting used in one file. So normally a lot of my types will start out in a file, and when I find myself getting very annoyed importing them places, I will begin to break them out and move them into definition files. So it's usually a refactor for me at some point.
Excuse me, I also have one more. If I recall correctly, another difference between interface and type is that for type, you can OR the types when you pass it in, right? So especially that's helpful in Redux, I believe. I don't think you can do that with interfaces.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like it's one of those things where since I predominantly use types, especially for that, like for primitives, I would like a straight, like I think about like for very simple things, like a type makes total sense because yeah, you can like say this one or that one. There's really interesting things you can do with unions. It's like they have an overlap of about like 60 or 80%. Like there's a chart that I have a broken link to that I'll fix that shows like most of the checkboxes are green on both of them with like one or two little kind of like smaller edge cases across both. I think the more important thing is like consistency in your code base. I choose to use types, but like I said, like they have certain limitations in some edge cases. Interfaces are gonna have certain limitations in the other one. But I think consistency is probably the answer. But like there's not necessarily like this is right and this is wrong, despite what blog posts on the internet will tell you. I've been in code bases that do both, so cool. Okay, so we've got on change handle, again, if I needed to know what a form element was, oh look, it's a form event handler. There are a bunch of these. I have a link in the notes, like we can just see all of them, but like generally speaking, I do want to encourage you, rather than looking at the list, to kind of like, our habit is going to be learning through doing, right? Learning through like getting hints from our editor. But these are basically just, if you like command click, you can eventually like get to the definition and kind of see everything of like, yeah, obviously the types for React are obviously complex, but you can kind of go through and see that they're all kind of like going over the regular DOM events, because like events have different properties, like only like ones based on input elements have a value on the event target, right? And stuff along those lines. So it's basically trying to figure out what you have on that event and what you don't, because not all events in the DOM are created equal. Some of them have different properties. Like mouse moves have the mouse position, while form submits have the target of the form. So it basically fills in all those for you. So generally speaking, like if I don't know, if I need to use an element, I need something that will match that, I will usually just even create that element, hover over, and steal the answer. Is a lot of times a lot easier for me than like stopping what I'm doing, pulling up Safari, because I will get distracted and I will look at guitars. So this is a lot of times a lot easier to kind of like keep that like train of thought and focus in there. Yeah.
So for my unchange, I assumed it was a function and just did the open close parentheses and an arrow function to void, and that seemed to work.
That will work as long as you don't seek to use the event in it.
Oh.
Like, because it'll be like, yo, like JavaScript will take more arguments that a function like uses and not just ignore them, right? In JavaScript, you took a function and took 2 arguments and passed it 9. It'll use the first 2 and ignore the other 7, right? And so like it'll work until you try to like use that event and it'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like TypeScript is kind of cool. It's got the same type system as OCaml. You're like, cool. Who amongst us doesn't write OCaml in our free time? But one of the nice things is instead of like Java, if you've ever seen that like enterprise FizzBuzz meme where they have to make abstract factory abstract class, like for everything, like TypeScript, like as long as it roughly matches what you're looking for, TypeScript is like totally okay. Like if it is a, that's kind of, and that's what we think about with JavaScript too, right? Like if you're saying like this thing should have a first name and a last name, and that's the type full name, if you pass another just regular old JavaScript object that has a first name and a last name property, TypeScript's like thumbs up, right? Even though you didn't explicitly say it was that type, right? And so like you can get away with stuff until you do something that's actually gonna, like it's about as forceful as it needs to be and no more than that. And like until you try to use it. And we'll actually see that in another example, I believe, later on too. But yeah, you could have done like event is even like HTML element, right? And actually should be void. And that will, you could try to write your own, but like generally speaking, it's super nice, especially if you're going to pass it through, just to be like, hey, I'm expecting this function that matches what I'm going to pass it to is better than like trying to write your own types that like mostly match up. Because eventually this will lead to sadness. Eventually you'll be like slightly off in one use case, and then you have to stop what you're doing and pay down your tech debt.
Misassign that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. One other thing, do you do it in the interface / type above, just in case you want to add more props than name on change?
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah, like you can see that if I was inlining it in here,
Yeah.
and have I taken this to its natural conclusion before breaking it out? Of course I have, right? But you can see that trying to both have the properties in here and then also define the types,
It gets
ridiculous, right? And then if I ever do need to export that out somewhere, guess what I end up with?
Yeah.
So for me, normally my workflow is every part of me wants to do it inline. And most parts of me know that I will regret it. And then so if I am like, if it's early in the day, my willpower and I can resist the marshmallow on the table, I will break it out into a type. Later in the day, things get a little bit fast and loose. And then I make poor choices and inline it, but then I always eventually have to like pull it out on a long enough timeline. If it's just like one argument and you don't want to do all that extra work, yeah, sure, put it in there. But generally speaking, I will try to break it out into a type. I really want to change this back to a type. And I want to change this back. I want to change all of the things I was just talking and typing at the same time. The nice part is like I can also just grab it from here. If I hit tab, I can auto import it from React.
But it's a generic, right? So I think we.
Yeah, I was hoping the autocomplete was going to pull it in. I got distracted for a minute. Didn't auto import, so I'll just gonna say React. Cool. All right, so that's back where I want it to be. Pull this out too. Let's go ahead and immediately regret previous mistakes here. Type name badge props. Pass in that name. And if I want to say something is optional, I can just say like greeting. And if it exists, it should be a string. Now, if I look over at this, I'll see that it can be a string or undefined. And what's really cool about this is if I ever try to use greeting like it exists, TypeScript will yell at me. It'll be like, hey, that could be undefined, right? And so like, if it's something that matters, like strings, like it'll just coerce into an empty string a lot of times, no big deal. But if I'm trying to actually use that value in some of this, definitely having a string or something along those lines, it will force me to confirm that it exists first. And we'll actually see that again in a little bit of a later example too, where we'll see that like I can't use things unless I confirm that they exist, and some other like features along those lines. And then like after I confirm it exists, then I'm free to do whatever I want, so on and so forth. Yeah.
So I always had that confusion about like since we're using the question mark for kind of optional in TypeScript, right? Technically, the need for null goes away completely if we use undefined as the absence of value, right?
Yep. Yep. I will sometimes use null as like I use null in TypeScript the way I'm supposed to use null that I haven't always used it for, which is like explicitly nothing.
Because sometimes I've seen people make mistakes when, let's say, you mark it optional or something from library is marked optional, and then instead of just using it as a truth value, if that thing somebody explicitly does equals null, that's then it's gonna fail, but just because it's a silly mistake.
Yep.
But Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, and then we'll know that you can't pass in null. Like if I tried to pass in null in here, I'd get yelled at, right? It's like, yo, string or undefined. No zeros, no falses, right? Like string or undefined. Undefined can be falsely, and that can be our check, but it will know that case. Like I will limit it down. We'll see a few other examples where it's like things that I normally would have done a whole bunch of type guards for, like in regular JavaScript. If it's the type of this, if it's that, if it's the other thing, right? I don't want to talk about how many times I've gotten bitten by the fact that 0 is falsy. I'm not interested in talking about that. It will save me for that. So we'll actually see this kind of like, I wanted to point out now so that when we see it, we're already like mentally aware of it. But yeah, now I can pass this in. I can say like, and we got to pass it into the props too. Look at that autocomplete. Yes, right. In this case, like, I don't get yelled at because like passing an empty string into an HTML element is fine, right? Or undefined coerces into an empty string in this case. So that's totally OK. But if I tried to use it for some other value, we will get yelled at. But you'll see that like as I was starting to use this component, especially if you're making like, this is all in the file. If I was then using this component somewhere else, I implicitly have documentation on this component, right? Like I can't really use it wrong. Try me. But it is harder to use it wrong. How about that? And so like implicitly you get documentation, implicitly you get safety checks as I use this component other places. So props are fun. There is one other kind of situation that we didn't really talk about, which I'm going to challenge you with, which is, so we got props. Some of them can be static values. Some of them could be objects. Or arrays, and we'll see those over time. We saw what to do with an event handler. There's one more other like common prop, right? Like I have a list of all the other props you could ever see as well. But like there's one that you might end up with, which is like, what do you do about children? Like that is usually the first like, TypeScript's going great in React. I love this. This is about never writing JavaScript again. And the first time you need to like type, be like, that's another React component, you're like, oh, I think I'm just going to write JavaScript. So what I have for you is kind of a little playground. And in here we've got, I'll open this Safari in a second, or I have it's a repo too that you can clone, but like my security settings are turning off syntax highlighting in Edge. But we have one where it's, one child, that's a string. Because children of an HTML element could be a string, nothing, another HTML element, right? A bunch of stuff, right? Like, and so we need to like kind of figure that out. And so right now this isn't any. And your job is, here are a bunch of options I thought seemed plausible at looking at React's types. What I would challenge you to do is try these out and see where the red squigglies come to haunt you, right? And when you have the wrong answer, a red squiggly will let you know, because most of the cases are covered in here. And we will figure out what the correct type of a given child component should be. All right, spend 5 minutes, and we will reconvene. We'll look at the answer sheet in a second, but let's try these all out and kind of see what just our editor tells us, right? Let's try a JSX element. And you can see that I get yelled at for anything that has more than one element in it, right? That makes sense. But we saw before, like, OK, like JSX element was like my first go-to, because before we hovered over name badge, we saw JSX element, right? Which is true, except like it could be more than one. And so like the syntax for an array, depending on your cursor, where your cursor is. And this blows up in a different way, because it's like, cool, it can be more than one JSX element, which makes this box very happy. But you know what's not a JSX element? A string. So you could continue to play this game forever. You can say, or string. And I think if it has two strings at that point, you get yelled at. But there's really no intersection there. Like these two at the bottom, I'm not even going to waste your time with. They're fake answers. Those are actually like utility methods built into React for like mapping over children. Those aren't even types. The correct answer here is React.React node. And I will show you a fun thing to make you never have to really think about this again. So you pass it in, everything is happy and wonderful and good in the world. The other thing that you can do, so like other than this doesn't really take any props other than children. So what I can do in this case is there's actually one built into React called props with children, which uses the syntax for taking a generic and says this would be the rest of your props. This would be like name badge props or like greeting props or whatever. And it adds, hey, this could have children that are either a React node or undefined, right? And you kind of use that as built in there, and you just have fun with that. You'll get like that typing for you as well. But the thing I would love to be able to do is also like have this idea of like a style prop, right? Because I do get cool autocomplete here as well. You know, if you've learned anything about me right now, it's that I like especially all this stuff, having it filled in for me and making sure that I have, like, a lot of times these will just be strings, so I can still go rogue here. But I can like put these properties in. And maybe I want my like wrapper component to also be able to like take a style element that it passes through, but like, well, I don't really just want to say it's an object or anything along those lines. And again, we can kind of figure out like by introspecting that like React does have this type, and like at any point if you get interested in these, you can always like command click and go through and actually like see the types. It's an experience that everyone should go through. But like over time, it starts to make, it's like kind of seeing the matrix. But we can take this and we can basically say that, okay, like we do want to actually take a style tag, you know, and this is kind of useful too, like depending on how complicated your component is, like if you want to pass like different styles, like for the outer component, something like that, you can actually then be able to use this property in multiple places, right? And now this actually, that style will then have all the same typing that we eventually pass through to the child component in this case. So we can actually say, spread the rest of the properties in there. Not if we don't write regular JavaScript. Cool. And so I can pass those in as well. And like, because they're the same type, like TypeScript is all okay with this. Like if you're guaranteeing that this style object is okay, then I will let you use it in React's component where it's expecting that style object as well. And both of those just kind of work. So the kind of answer, again, which I have written out here, is we do want React.React node. The rest of these don't really work the way we think they do. And so sometimes, you know, there is a little nuance there. But the props with children is usually your answer because it's you could write that yourself, right? If you hover over, you can see it's got a very simple implementation. You could take a look, you could figure it out, but it is there as a utility method for you. And I like the help. I'm here for it. Cool. So as we saw, props with children. There's also, and we're going to use this a little bit later, there's component props and component props without ref and with ref. The ref is, you know, in React 18, I think we had forwarded refs, possibly a little earlier than that. And so whether or not you want to actually define that, I tend to use without ref until I know I need it to pass a ref through, because I just want the simplest possible solution. But this will actually be all of the props from just a regular HTML button in this case. So you can pass it the name of any HTML string, and which includes children in this case too. And the cool part is you can pass them all through. Previously, you could actually, in React 17, you could say like, hey, if this is a React.component or functional component, that in children was implicitly included in there. That was removed. There is a very long article like for the proposal and the change, explaining all the reasons why, that I am not going to like, you know, somewhat academic, and it's there linked for your own like interest on the rationale, but it kind of gets into some of the nuances of like how the amount of TypeScript that we definitely need to like build our apps is different from the amount that you need to build the entire type system for like React or like styled components or something along those lines. But like there is a lot written out there. If this is like at the end of our time together, you're like, yes, I would like to like dive deeper. I've like included some links towards the end. Awesome.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Quick question. There you hard coded the button as a type in a generic where without ref thingy. I was curious if there's a better way, because technically that's still like, we're trying to be super type safe. Button is a string, we might make a typo. Is there like button props or something?
This button under the hood, let's pull one out and like take a look. Let's learn it. Let's follow my own advice, right? So let's actually grab this real quick because we don't even need to use it. So if it looks like it's just a string, but one of the things we're actually going to see in a little bit is, and I think you pointed out earlier, with types I can have unions between them. So under the hood, like for instance, if I do make a typo, I get yelled at, right? And we'll actually see like a little like of how this works when we make reducer actions in a little bit. But if I look under the hood, we can see that component pops without ref. That generic extends element type. Keep going. Right, element type, tries to figure out whether it's an actual another React component or if it's one of the ones that's just an intrinsic element, HTML element in JSX. Keep going. And you can see that it's actually using the key of just every valid HTML element. So it's got to be one of these keys. So even though it looks like a string, it is a limited set of strings that you can pass in. We figured out all the different kind of props we can pass in, even up until children. The other kind of like, of the two kind of core ways that React does its thing is props, and what's the other one? State, right? And so, okay, so what do we do about state? So for that, we're going to switch over to another example. And so I'm gonna just take a minute and switch gears. And we're going to go to that accident counter. So again, I guess we start in the world where we have like what is mostly a React component. Let's take a look at it in the browser. We can count the days since our last JavaScript accident. Last time undefined was not a function, or we tried to call map on null or something along those lines. Right now it has no real state to speak of. And again, this is where we kind of double down on one of my core themes, which is when possible, TypeScript does try to stay out of your way. So we'll do like use state. We'll say count.
How did you do that?
I have a snippet. I'll show it to you later. It just basically fills it in. The cool part is it will capitalize that C for me. It won't. I haven't figured out how to make it also auto import use state if I haven't already, but that's one extra tab. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that I can't. I'm very lazy. So we've got this count, and we give it a default value of 0. And guess what it knows that count is? It knows it's a number. It knows I'm not using it anywhere, but it also knows that it's a number, right? And that's pretty cool, because now we can go ahead and find that 0. There it is. Swap it in, and cool, whatever. But the nice part is, too, is that we can only set it to a number. If we look at actually set count as well, and some of the ceremony around this, if it stresses you out, don't worry about it. Use state is really a wrapper around use reducer, so that's why it's dispatching actions. It just kind of uses this like very basic action in this case. We'll actually kind of like accidentally rewrite this a little bit later, but it's saying like, hey, we're going to dispatch an action. For set state, it's just a value really. And it's got to be a number. This way, if we do try to set the count to a string, and let me tell you where we accidentally get strings when we think we're dealing with numbers. One of my biggest pet peeves, which is input type number, the event target value is a string, right? And that's when you start adding, and then also you know that you can add two strings together and it'll concatenate them, right? And so the nice part is like you will now have to become immediately aware of it while also becoming blissfully unaware that that's a problem, because like since you can only set it to a number, if you ever accidentally take event target value, which happens to be a string, and try to use set count as if there was an form field towards the bottom here for like no reason whatsoever, right? It'll immediately catch that for you.
Did you know about input.value as number? Or instead of doing dot value, you can do value as number, which is nice.
I just like that's better than what I'm going to do that. Like, I'm not going to do what I have planned here, which is like to like parse int it or whatever and check that it's a number. We're going to do that instead. I'm going to live do that as well. I'm going to live learn about value.asNumber. What's the support on that?
Great.
Oh, awesome. I'm into it. See, this is why I come out here, so I can learn things.
Double check in the meantime.
All right. We'll have live updates from Mark on the support for event target value.asNumber. Cool.
Yeah, it's green across the board.
Green across the board. So we've got this on click where like I can say that when that happens, we want to say set count is count plus 1. And it can only take a number, as I said. For some reason, I decide that like it won't let me set it to a string, right? And so I instantly get caught because like not knowing about event target.asValue, I have made this mistake before, right? And like, yeah, I catch it pretty quickly, but it does involve me like going to the browser, like clicking a button. Like, you don't really know what any of these apps look like other than the moments that I flash them on the screen, because mostly I'm getting all my feedback in the editor itself. Set state also takes a function, which I really love. And again, it knows already that this value is count. Yeah.
Does it know that because you put 0 in the use state?
Yep. Yep. Which you're like setting up a nice segue for the next section. It's like, what happens if I don't have a value yet? Right? Or other situations. Like when TypeScript can't figure stuff out for us is when we have to step in. And we'll talk about like what those cases are and how to step in. Yeah.
Quick question. So you're explicitly taking count in and set count. Is it an equivalent to prevent like race conditions around previous state kind of thing?
Basically. It's also nice because like it gives me a bunch of options, right? Like, so the question was like, does this prevent a race condition? Like if I had a fictitious count plus 1, and then you know what? Let's just do it 3 more times. Do you know what my new count would be? 1, right? Because closure state, count was a 0, so it's like 0 plus 1, okay? 0 plus 1, okay? 0 plus 1, okay? Right, and like that seems inefficient, but this is not the workshop on React performance. This is one on TypeScript, but yeah. So if I did this on the other hand, if I am in any way a 10x developer, it is because my multi-cursor skills are incredibly strong. In this case, it'll be like, cool, 0 plus 1 is 1. Then it'll pass that value in again. It'll be 2. It'll be 3. Right? And so the other nice part is that I could, the reason I typically use it, I'm not usually super worried about the race conditions. The reason I will use it is, you know, it's super easy to test. Like not having to mount an entire, at this point I have to say that's a number. Because like I've given TypeScript just no clue what's going on here. Pulling those functions out if they're a little bit more complicated than incrementing a number. This is a JavaScript function. JavaScript functions are very easy to test. I put a parameter in, I look at what the return value is, and I make sure it's what I expect. So if I have like more complicated logic, I'll also use that function syntax so that I don't have to like mount a component and like fake click on things. I will just pull that out and test it like that. Cool. But everything is handled for us, and life is good. So we've got all of that in place. I can't set it to anything that it shouldn't be. So my challenge for you, and I kind of like alluded to some of the nuances here, and like Mark explained to us event.target.value.asNumber, so we all get to try that one out for funsies, is we know how to type a change handler, right? We know most of how to handle this form, and so what we want to do is also have where they hit update the counter to a given number, that will also work. All right, so I might be tempted to do something like this. We'll say, we got to store it as a separate value because it's not like when the input changes, it's when it's submitted. So I got to like store that separate value for a hot minute. Let's call it draft count. And we can start off as count, but like, unless I do something in here, like TypeScript is going to make sure I don't accidentally end up in the situation where the input field bites me. So we can have that in place, and we can do when this changes. I guess we can do it inline, or we can pull it out. We'll just say that we want to change it to the value of this input when it changes. Cool. And because it's a number, it is angry with me, right? And that's nice because like I don't want to talk to you about how many times I've made this mistake as I'm just like in the zone, because it's like I'm already resentful that I have to like do this rigmarole with React of like taking the value, and I can't just bind it together like other frameworks that will go unnamed. And so a lot of times I'm in the middle of some other thought. I'm doing this because it's a chore and I'm supposed to. But it's like, hey, you accidentally passed a string in here, and that's great. Like, yes, I wish that didn't happen. So Mark taught me about dot.
No, just the postfix. It's one property.
It's just value capital A.
What? And also, I believe you because autocomplete believes you. All right. Also, we learned that exists. Do we all know about this one, the as date? Mark said yes. I saw some other people didn't know, so. And now it is appeased with me, which is pretty great. Otherwise I could keep it as a string and then do this somewhere else as well. Is that just on, it's just event target value as number. That's pretty cool. The other thing I would do is just keep it as a string and then coerce it to a number when I needed to. But now I don't need to do that. Awesome. And then so like we have that on change, and then really there is the on submit, which is just going to take. And I know that everything is working as it should because like I didn't get yelled at, which is a general rule for life that I follow that we can do also. Now, what if we wanted to say that like when that input field changes, let's validate that any of this works before I get a little too overzealous. Let's see. If you don't, let's see, do we save the file? Nope.
No, value is set to 0. You might want to change it to dynamic, to draft count.
Yep, there we go. When I'm focusing on the TypeScript stuff, sometimes I forget to think about just the regular Java, regular how things work in code. Awesome. Say 15. And this is why you live code with all of your friends.
The button doesn't have a listener itself.
Oh, yeah, because this needs to go in the form is what needs to happen. I don't want it on, you can't submit an input field, or you can, but like, what I want is that to happen in the form itself, which is the whole reason that I made a form to begin with, was to make my life easier for when we did this together. Cool. Now, if I wanted this number to then update the input field, I only incremented decrement. We're only going down, and I wired it wrong. Which, to be clear, as someone who rehearses all this stuff, I'm to the point where I've rehearsed it wrong so many times that now I do it wrong, because I think about increment, reset, and then decrement, but the buttons are in the opposite order. But now I have like literally just done, I've rehearsed that so many times that now it is what I do. So that's great. You learned a thing about me today. Awesome. Now, do we need to say that when we change the regular count, we want to update the field as well? We don't. I just needed an excuse to use a use effect hook to just show you one little gotcha that might come up. With use effect, there's lots of gotchas. Let me clarify. One TypeScript gotcha that might come up with use effect. Use effect is just basically like, would you like a foot gun? Cool. And so we'll give it a function that says whenever a count changes, we also want to update the draft count. And the only kind of real place that TypeScript and useEffect interact, and this a lot of times happens with like a set timeout as well, and it's like just kind of JavaScript fanciness these days, which is then set draft count. Everything's great. Everything works. Good. The only place you will get yelled at is if you're like, I'm going to be fancy and I don't like curly braces. See, and this actually, because this returns void, if you had something that returned an actual value here, it's like because normally if it returns, it's expecting a function returned or undefined. And so if we said like even just return the count, for instance, right? You get yelled at because it has to be undefined. So just make sure, like if you ever see that you get confused, it is because it's expecting either a deconstructor function or undefined, and it will yell at you about it. That is just it will happen to you once in the next year. You will get bitten by it. Hopefully this sticks in your brain. I have saved you a good 10 minutes. So in the repository, we're going to grab this inspirational quotes, and we're going to take it for a spin, because the other thing, turns out a lot of times in our UI apps, we always just don't have, like we're not just making counters all the time, or even in-memory only to-do lists. Sometimes we have to talk to APIs. I know. It happens, right? We have to make network requests. So let's just talk about some of the pieces around that, and we'll also then talk about like, what if we want to pass like set states through? We'll kind of use that as a slightly more sophisticated playground for getting a few more concepts in there. So go ahead and just pull that down, and you should be good to go. And I'll get set up as well, and then I'll see you in like a minute. So there's not a lot to see in this app yet because it is supposed to hit an API, and I have not dealt with that yet. So applications that are supposed to hit APIs and then don't do a lot of stuff yet, but we will. I do have the functionality to hit said APIs, right? We've got fetch a random quote and fetch quotes. Just for those of you that are interested, this is using a library called Mirage.js, which like simulates an API server. So I don't have to worry about like core stuff later, but like it's also really great for testing, or the hypothetical situation where you need to build a UI before the API is ready. That happens to me.
That's what we use at Front End Masters for development. And then the backend can just make it real.
So like right now, we have a problem, which is theoretically, we don't know what a quote is yet, right? And like this is an easy fix, but like this is where like let TypeScript handle everything for you. It's really good about that until it does not have enough information. That's usually the only times that you need to step in, because you're like, yo, use state is like quote. Quote is undefined, right? And it thinks that it will forever be undefined. It's like, cool, you can only set quote is undefined, and you can only set quote to undefined. Not great. And then like, I think even if I tried to use quote down here, it's like, we do catch it. It's like, it is a constant of undefined. You will almost, you almost always get a loading situation here. So what we need to do is figure out like if we tried to like take the solution that we had before, like if I look at the quote type, I can see it has, an ID, content, and a source. Really, I need the content and the source to make this work. And so like one solution, and honestly, depending on your use case, which is not a terrible solution, which would be to like give it what I call like an empty value in this case. And then like maybe you have a skeleton loader and you get the right shape of everything. Like if you can pull it off with whatever you're working on, like this does have some problems, which is now like this won't work because like technically this is an object that exists. Also, it's like this is not prepared to have an ID because it's trying to guess it from the type. There's lots of like other edge cases. Let's talk about the more generic one where it's like the data might have, one of a few different shapes or more than you have, like more than you can just fake out in the very beginning, or to the point where it's not worth it. So in this case, we basically just need to say, kind of like when we used the question mark before, to say like this is either this value or it's undefined. We've seen this syntax, and this, if you've used TypeScript before, you've definitely seen it. But I made promises that if you hadn't used it, you should be able to join with us. We can say basically pass it a generic or a type argument to what this should be. Like it is trying to guess, but in the event that it cannot guess correctly because it does not have enough information, we can basically say like, okay, this is a quote, or it's undefined, right? So now it has figured it all out for us, right? We just had to give it a little bit of a helping hand to get it all the way there. And this will theoretically work for us in this case. So now this one will fetch a quote when it finally runs. And you'll notice that like if I took this out, because it's commented out, and the JavaScript will still run if you don't have a compile error. So like it's why you saw just an empty screen if you just spun up the app. And the loading indicator didn't stay there forever. Because like the JavaScript was running. It was just a TypeScript issue that we had at that point. But now it knows that it can be one or the other. We can actually pull this in. What's really cool about this that I kind of want to point out in this situation, which is up here, quote is quote or undefined, right? Let's just, I don't know, console log a quote. And then Mark can remind me to take it out. It's quote or undefined, right? Here we're saying, oh, it's quote or undefined. But if there's no quote, return. And not only does TypeScript like check the actual types in the type system, but it's also kind of like analyzing your code, right? And this is like a dead end. In the event that quote is undefined, right? It's falsy, we return. That means this code path stops here, right? This branch timeline like ends, right? It's been, what, pruned? Is that the term of art? And so like this, no, at this point forward, if quote exists at all, it can't be undefined anymore, right? So you no longer have to deal with the fact that it could be a quote or could be undefined because the world in which it was undefined ended on line 29, right? You can just kind of move along and it's like, it has already analyzed your code. It has figured it out for you. So it's one of those things, if you find yourself doing all these extra checks, like you could hover over it. Like if somebody had put an if or like quote end to make sure it exists, right? I can hover over and see like, was this code necessary, right? And get a sense of like, is this actually quote or undefined, or is it now definitely a quote because I've done something, right, to confirm it one way or the other. And this will come back to surprise us in a delightful way, unlike most technical surprises, which are not delightful when we work on action creators and like reducers later. But yeah, that is a nice thing to know as you kind of go through and work through all these things. But if you don't have a default value, you can say it could be this thing or undefined. You have lots of options. You just have to help TypeScript along the way. And sometimes, in return, TypeScript will help you, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. So then the challenge I'm going to give to you is I don't want to show just one quote. I would like to show some number of quotes. Let's see. The fortune is false. If I put this part back in, we can see we get this fun form on the number of quotes to load. Now I want to remove this one because they're all going to show in here eventually, or we will put them in there. We can iterate through them. So the real UI I want is this fun form. I should load. Where I can specify a number of quotes that I want and hit the endpoint that pulls in that many quotes, right? And so this will be an array of quotes instead. So there'll be some differences in how this all plays out for us. But why don't you take it for a spin, and then we'll come back together and review some of the like slightly variations on the theme that we get when we're dealing with an array versus just one value. OK, so the mission, whether or not you choose to accept it, was to swap out getting a single quote for getting multiple quotes. Now, there's for careful eagle eyes, there's a button for loading the quotes. So I don't need this use effect anymore. Goodbye, use effect. Nothing I like more than saying goodbye to use effect. Also, very important technical change. There we go. And this is no longer valid. Now, one of the nice things that I can do with collections, put in an array. That works, right? Like, yeah, I'm setting you up. It works in JavaScript. It doesn't. Like well, that one I'm getting yelled at because the quote doesn't exist anymore. And I'm not using it. But like, if I tried to use it, and I tried to use anything on it, right? So if I said like quotes.map, and then I will grab the individual quote. And I definitely shouldn't have deleted that code earlier that had that. But we'll rewrite it. And we'll say return inspirational quote. And I got to add the key anyway. Quote.id. And you can see where this is going to start falling apart on me. Immediately, it's like, yo, you ain't got no ID on a quote. You're like, I absolutely do. I saw the type. And it's like, I don't. So let's just put the rest of the content. And that it is filling in the props because it knows what the props of inspirational quote, the component, are. So again, I don't. If there's one reason beyond all of the safety and the good and the bugs you won't have, is not having to remember what props you gave a component, particularly when you're live coding, but also in your normal day-to-day life, is worth it. Like, for every work project, I use TypeScript. But even when I'm like working on a course that's only JavaScript, I will write the app in TypeScript first. Like, that is the person I have become over the last like 4 years, is I will write in TypeScript first, and then I will simplify it to JavaScript afterwards, right? Because it is that much, the benefits are that worth it to me. Cool. So I'm getting yelled at. And if I hover over, I can see why. Quotes is this type is an array of never, right? Which again, when I start a heavy metal band, will be our first album. You can, I'll get a SoundCloud between now and then. An array of never, and because it's like, yo, you gave me an array. That's it. I don't know anything else about this array. And so never is like any has like two like siblings that are both, they seem scarier than any, but are ultimately less bad. Like, there's like some kind of like fiction that I could write about all of this. Like, if anyone's in the market for TypeScript fiction, let me know. So there's any, which means it could be anything. There is unknown, which is almost always what you want if you think you want any, which is like, I don't know what this is, which then says like, figure it out before you use it instead of infecting everything. And then there is the bottom, which is never, which is this isn't anything, right? And so it's looking at this array and goes like, if there was stuff in this array, it would be like, it's an array of those things. It's an empty array, so it's an array of nothingness. It's an array of never. So the easiest way to handle that is exactly how we handled it before. And so we can basically say, this is an array of quote. There is a version of me, if anyone finds like possibly even my current code base in the open source part, where I used to make pluralized versions of every type that were the array of that type. I no longer do that. The one character just wasn't worth it. So quote, and we say that that is an array. And now, even though there's no quotes in it, it knows it's the right thing. I'm no longer being yelled at, right? I just had to help TypeScript along the way. And then in exchange, TypeScript helped me. And it now knows that like it has these properties, so on and so forth, right? And like it all compiles, as you can see down there. I do need to like fetch these quotes at some point, but like that's a later me problem. Because I have a new problem that I have to deal with for reasons that are mostly a setup to have to explain something to you. You'll notice that the button is not in this component. It's in this quotes plural component that I have to go into, right? And there we have our on submit, or we can have an on submit, but there we have the full form in which I can load quotes. So I have the age-old problem in React, which is I have to pass down everything I need from the parent component to the child components, right? And there are a bunch of ways that I could do this. I could like wrap set quotes in a function and pass it down, but like I could just pass set quotes down through as well, and that's, or I could theoretically, it takes an on submit. I have multiple ways that I could deal with this. The tricky part, like not really the tricky part, what figuring out is like, what is this type? And there are a bunch of ways to do this. One, like there's nothing wrong with stealing this type. This looks somewhat like confusing, but again, like I said before, useState is a wrapper over useReducer. And so it's just dispatching a very simple object, which is whatever the new state is, and updating that accordingly. So I can have all that in place, and then I can pass that down if I need to, or anything that happens along the way. and set that all up, right? And so, for instance, I could just pass in, I could pass down the direct value. I'm going to pass in that onSubmit handler that we saw before. I can just go and say, so the count should be, we need to store the count to figure out how many to get. Now, that could happen in either component. We'll pass down the onSubmit. Oh, but I need the count too, right? Like, that's interesting. As if he says that with some amount of surprise, right? So I could pass down the whole set quotes, or I could figure out one way or the other. I can either lift my state up and have counts in that higher level component, right? Which will now trigger a render of everything whenever like that count changes, because now every parent then re-renders all of its children, right? So like that's a great for state management. And yeah, I'm not worried about performance in this application, but like, what if I needed to actually pass through, like I could also pass down set quotes too. And then we get the challenge, figuring out how to type this, right? And so we'll pass this through. And so what type, oh, this is currently an any, right, on purpose. To show you that like nothing got yelled at as soon as I did that, right? Like it's like, yo, you're passing random props in, anything you want, one any anywhere, and like now all of these, guess what? Any, everything is now an any, even if it could guess what it was. Yeah.
Why do they have any if it's something you shouldn't even use?
So I mean, if you pull in a JavaScript library, right, and it doesn't have types, you need something, right? You need the concept of an any.
Just for us.
Yeah.
While we're working through it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like it is a situation because JavaScript happens to predate TypeScript, right? That you could run into, and so I think it's really great for migrating. But I would say that like once there are even ESLint plugins. Like in our code base, we have an ESLint plugin. You can't even use any if you wanted to, right? To make sure that like because like anything it touches, like even if you had a function that took is like, yo, I only take a number, right? You can pass an any in there, and guess what that value is now? Guess what the return value is now too? It's an any. Like everything an any touches turns everything else along the way into an any, which is not great. So we'll say type quotes props. And well, we know we don't need to put the children in there, right? This is like pulling it's like a review. We know that count, if we're going to pass count in, apparently we can do that. Let's do that one. Count will be a number. I'm going to go a different way. We'll see both ways in a second. I'm not going to pass. I'll do both ways. We'll see it. On change, we know how to handle. This is like everything coming together. And we know that's on an input element, which I can go verify as well. We know that there is we'll do this route first. I'll show you if I needed to pass in the other thing. Form event handler. And like I said, like I am so happy I don't have to do this all from memory. And if you're stressed out looking at like, how does he know all these things? I don't. You see I'm liberally using the autocomplete and the IntelliSense to help me here. And then children, we know that we have an answer for that as well. So if I just did quotes props, all right, it's like, yo, what about children? And I could add it in there as a React node, but as we saw before, I can do cool. And now let's see, save that all we got. It doesn't know what event is here, or on changes, right? Because that's wrong. But like that caught the bug. I remember when I was like going through this before, I was like, oh, that's wrong. I'm like, yeah, and I would like to be notified about it. You have to believe me that I did that on purpose. I did. Cool, and so that passes in. I immediately found that little bug that would have bitten me at some point or another. Like it would have been like, yo, there is no on change, and you called it as a function. I would have found it at runtime. And then we wanted to say, at this point we are passing in count. And we'll do both ways. Default count to 10. And so you can see, like, as I do this refactor, I will know when I am good because my sidebar and the red squigglies will tell me. So it's like count needs to be a number in this case. And then I don't really care about onChange, right? I don't really have anything for that. So we're going to make that optional in a second as we pull everything together. And so here we'll say that set count over set, fetch the quotes, and that takes a number, right? And so this refactoring becomes super easy as I go through, and then we'll set quotes. You can still make little mistakes, especially if you're talking and coding. And like, I roughly get that everything is going to work as expected. Yeah, I was about to say my onChange should yell at me. OnChange is missing the type. And so like, I don't need that per se. And if it feels like I am like reinventing parts of HTML, that's a good feeling. We'll talk about that. So we'll save that, and everything compiles, right? Let's verify. Cool. Other than some markup changes, I think I have a double. Yeah, I can get rid of that piece that I left in there from earlier. And everything works. I did say that pulling count out does cause re-renders. Like I said, at this point, I would probably keep it normally because the performance, like, it's not worth the added headache. But let's talk about what this would look like if I wanted to pass set quotes through instead. So instead of onSubmit, we're going to give it just the like set quotes function. And again, this is a refactor that I will know is finished when the red squigglies stop. So then we can push count, the count down. Count down. Got count, need use state. Oh, no duplicates. Cool, cool, cool. We're not using that anymore. We're not even doing these two. What we want is to be able to pass through set count. But what is it? I mean set quotes, rather. How many times do we make that mistake? It's a function. But like, what's its signature?
Start typing and it'll tell you.
Well, the problem is like, for when you're defining the arguments, it doesn't have the information yet. It's like, yo, these are the things I'm ready for. It can't like reverse engineer, like, and to be clear, like, I await a future version of TypeScript be like, yeah, I can. Right, I saw you use it somewhere else, and this is the one time you gave it something. Like, I'm sure that, like, I can't wait for that comment to be out of date. But presently, it's true. And so if we look, it is this function which likely takes an array of quotes and returns void. And I could hard code that myself, and like, that is what I did for years, right? But that's actually like, then if I change it to something else and I refactor, it's like my reinventing the wheel did not serve me. But what I could say is like, this is a very valid type. I can literally just grab this, say this is what kind of function it should be. And that, let's save everything in this case, and now we just say did we pull that in? Yep. Then we set the quotes. Oh, we didn't define it here. Cool. And now that all works. Let's see. Where else am I getting yelled at? Oh, we took that off. That's fine. Let's actually define that, and we'll say, now I get to use that new thing again. Check it out. It's like I didn't have to go see. I'm like, there's errors down there. I have not looked at them yet. Cool. Pass that through. That no longer takes account, so get rid of that. Or does it? Awesome. No issues found. Everything is good. Big reveal. Yay, it works, right? And so like the refactoring help and the other part is we brought in basically everything we've talked about so far and then went for a little bonus run by passing down set count. Like I said, I would probably do it that first way, but I think it's useful to show, one, the active refactoring, and then two, if I needed the type for something that I didn't totally know. Like a lot of times, especially if I have the value already, I can like reverse engineer what that type should be. And there's actually ways, like there are some utility methods like called return type that you can literally hand it the type of a function and it will get you even the return values, or parameters that will get you the parameters, right? There's a whole bunch of ways that I use like throughout my code base to like figure out stuff based on other stuff. So it's not like here is the like set of types that I've carved in stone, everything must adhere to it. I can like dynamically like figure out types based on actual properties and use cases that I'm using in my application. So we have that kind of all in place now, and it works. And like the refactoring becomes a lot easier. If I was doing that normally, I would have to switch back and forth between the browser, look at the next error, but like for me, a lot of times even hovering over some of the stuff, I could see the answer and get a sense of it incredibly easily. This still, like, I will show you why I would probably use like ruseReducer in this case, because it just becomes simpler. That is true of React in vanilla JavaScript, and it is also especially true because like then there's just one dispatch. It becomes very easy to pass around and use. They kind of like just to set the roadmap for us kind of going forward a little bit, which is cool. We've now seen how to deal with props. We've seen like how to deal with event handlers. We've seen how to deal with like state from use state. Kind of the next kind of like few hurdles. We've seen how to deal with asynchronous state. The next few hurdles for us are like, okay, how does this work with ruseReducer? What about the context API? Right, that's a thing that we all tend to use as well. And then we'll see, because the context API has some interesting problems with the time-space continuum. And then we will just look at like, hey, it seems like I'm taking a lot of stuff from the underlying elements, like a form, like an input, and retyping them myself. Like, could I just have some of that like goodness that you were just talking about, where we can like use some amount of like dynamic typing to figure stuff out? Absolutely. And so we'll talk about that as well. We talked about use state. The other way to manage, like the other built-in way to manage state in a React application is ruseReducer. And as I alluded to several times, use state is just an abstraction of a ruseReducer, so we can argue that there is really one way. I'm not here to argue today, but like, how is that different? And I will tell you a story before we get into this, which is originally I was gonna like start on a new app, and then I was gonna like let you implement it in the counter that we were working on before, and I think I alluded to this earlier. When I was like just building out the example first and like with a bunch of any types, and then I was like, oh, watch me fix it, right? Or setting it up for you to go fix it, and I was trying to like test to make sure it actually worked before you fix the types. Like I was like, why does this work? And I like was throwing console logs in places, and I was like, what's even going on? And then I realized that I had made a small little mistake that caused me, that wouldn't have happened if I was using TypeScript, and thereby like realized that, this is, I'll use that as the example, and then I'll kind of send you on the way with the original one that I was going to show in a brand new app, which will be fun for everyone involved. But let's do the simplest version first. So ruseReducer, if you've ever used like Redux or even seen it, it's the same. Like ruseReducer is like Redux light, right? So like no middleware, no dev tools, not everything, not all the batteries kind of included, particularly with like Redux Toolkit now existing. Like It's not necessarily, but it's like a nice, easy, light version. I will a lot of times reach for it. Like if I have to put one use state in a component, fine. 2? Okay. 5? No. No. At that point, like it's a great way to say a thing happened, especially if I have to like coordinate, like, oh, changing this should then change this other thing. I will at that point say this thing happened, right, and have some logic that is easily testable to make sure that the end result comes out, right? And so when things get a little bit more complicated for you, then use state makes it easy. Then I'll go grab useReducer. Now, talking to some people during the break, I know that like not everyone has used this, so like let's like look at the world's simplest version. And so the world's simplest version, which I will pull in to the app in a second, is basically what use state is under the hood, right? Like simplified a little bit. But the way to think about a reducer, it is simply a JavaScript function, right? That takes 2 arguments. The current state of the world, a thing that happened. And it takes those things into the function, and it returns the new state of the world, right? Now, there's a lot of things that we do, but the world's simplest version is this current state of the world is that there's a count. The new thing that happened is that now there's a new number. The thing that comes out is the new number, right? Update the state accordingly, and then the hooks like figure all that with the like underlying linked list and fun stuff like that. So this like version of useReducer is effectively an analog to set state, in so much that let's just drop it in, and we'll kind of just see it in action. So we got pull in. Yes?
If you are using Redux, is it still worth using useReducer?
So my general rule, that's a great question, is that like I try to think about like state in my application in a number of different ways, right? So for instance, there is like the true like data application state, right? Which is like, you know, what blog posts or whatever. What are the things that I have loaded in my application? You know, what is the editing state? Then there's a bunch of state like that I think about, either like view layer state or like I call ephemeral state, which is kind of like, hey, is this like accordion open or closed, right? Which I do not need to store in a giant data structure that then causes like re-renders throughout my entire app that I then need to cache and memoize, right? And so for like, if there's a world where I am using Redux for like my big real application state of like, yeah, what models do I have loaded up for whatever we're building, right? Like that I would put in Redux, but stuff of like, is this form valid, right? Like that's really just on that view layer thing, right? And like I might still use a useReducer for that, because like a form, like checking to see if all the values in the form, like that's probably 7, 8, 10, 15 use states. Oh yeah, that's still not necessarily worth keeping that form that hasn't been saved in the store, right? So I will still use it in that kind of like middle ground of not necessarily worthy of being in the Redux store, getting a little ridiculous to do in use state, right? But this one is ridiculous because it is effectively like it's use state, but I had to write my own implementation of use state first. But it's, you know, kind of make the point about TypeScript first, and then we'll then do it to a more real example with useReducer. So, you know, this just being a JavaScript function, right? In fact, if I wanted to, unlike useState, you take this. I mean, you could do it with those function callbacks in useState as well. This is just a JavaScript function. It can go in a file somewhere else. I can write up a bunch of unit tests, pass a bunch of stuff in, look at the return values, so on and so forth, right? And as you can see, it automatically knows we're returning a number. I could be explicit about that if I wanted to, right? And that way I can't accidentally return the wrong thing. And so we say useReducer. We pass it this function that has a return value of a number, and that means it's a number, right? And you know, just to kind of show you the way this works under the hood, I don't know, reducer state. Mark will have to remind me to delete this. So we have this, and we say, right, return type is a utility function or utility type that we'll see in a little bit, and then we're grabbing the type of this reducer function. So type of reducer, as you can see, is takes 2 numbers, returns a number. We're just getting the return type of that type, And so reducer state is just a number, right? And so it is using that mechanism to figure out what count should be. And then set count is react.dispatch number. So someone asked in the chat earlier, like, is there an easier way than like react.dispatch and then open angle brackets, react.setState, and then number? Like this, right? Especially if you pull in dispatch. Let's pull it in from React. I wonder if it automatically updates here. Yeah, it's just dispatch number now, right? So that's a lot easier to pass through than all that other ceremony with like set state and all that other things. So like this is an easy type to just call out, and we'll actually do that in a little bit as well in the secondary app. And so it is simpler to pass around. It is, you have to hold its hand a little bit more, but especially when the complexity of like, oh, I have multiple values. Like the next app that we're going to build is like a color palette. So you've got like hex codes and RGB values, and like you can change the RGB and it'll change the hex code, right? There's enough that like wiring all that together. But there's a super powerful pattern, Redux aside, of like the state of the world, a thing happened. Figure it out inside this function and let me know what happens, right? Whether you use Redux, whether you use Reducer, like the pattern itself also just works when you're writing just regular JavaScript functionality. And it's super powerful. And so we've got that in place. And so that is, we can see that basically all the types in React behave like they did with setState, which is not surprising given the fact that I have repeatedly mentioned that setState is an abstraction over useReducer. So we shouldn't be totally surprised. But that is some of the like mechanism of how it works. Now, this is a ridiculous reducer. That said, there are versions of this that I have written before, right? Like I could, for instance, have a set state for, or use state for first name, a use state for last name, and then like when both of those change, listen to the other one. Or I could have a reducer that has an object that has first name and last name, takes them both and spits out a full name, right? Like stuff along those lines when either parts of those change, right? The moment you are like deriving state, reducers aren't bad. Okay, so as you can see, like this all kind of works. Like set count works as expected. Like if you don't believe me, we can try it out. So it should, at this point, it actually should take a number and returns void. Cool. Let's do a slightly more aggressive one. Before, I used that like use effect that I didn't want to use to like, or I at least alluded to using a use effect to like, okay, so listen to when the count changes and then go ahead and like update the draft count. Like I kind of said before, like a lot of times it's easier to say like, yo, one of these two things has changed, or they've clicked the update count button. These things could happen, figure it out. Just because we're focused on TypeScript, I'm going to pull in a reducer, like kind of like in a cooking show when they like pull a turkey out of the oven. I'm going to pull in one, and that is not necessarily where the problem in my code is going to be. But we'll look at it first. We'll talk about it. But like watching me write this is probably not the best use of your time. I will be pulling in this any, which is like a hint for where I get bitten later. Just setting the scene now. So if we look, we've got this initial state, which I've given a type. You might call it counter state. I'm just to keep our understanding of code we're seeing for the first time a little bit simpler. And we'll have just a default object that we'll pass in as well. The cool part is like I don't have to give state a type if it has a default value, right? In any TypeScript function, if something has a default value, TypeScript's like, let me guess. If you're saying that defaults to a number, it's probably a number. Now, if you want to say it's a number or a string, you got to step back in again. But as long as you've done like the bare minimum, it will try to help you out along the way. And all this really does is, again, because of reducers follow the same rule as like React does writ large, which is everything's got to be immutable, right? And so with these, we have the count and the draft count. All right, cool. If increment comes in, increment the count and then set it to the new count. We also wanted to update draft count along with that every time. So we want to say if like that input field should change along with when I hit the buttons. Decrement, reset, sets them both to 0. I don't need to explain to you how a counter works. We also have one that's going to take update draft count. That's when they change the number in the input field, right? That's actually going to be one where we actually have what we might call a payload. One of the things that I'm going to do is, and you don't have to do this, in Redux, for instance, there is one rule for actions, is that all actions have a type property, right? So it's got to have like a type. It's got to be some kind of, usually a string if you like yourself. After that, in Redux, there are no rules. UseReducer in React has even less rules. As you saw, I'm just tossing in a number, right? And it's like, that's cool. I'm into it. And so it literally could be anything. Now, a great way to have your teammates hate you is to just like wing it with all these things. Like the pattern I like, there's something called Flux standard actions, Redux being an implementation of Flux. We don't have to talk about this, which is like basically having like 4-ish fields, 2 that we really care about, which is to say that we definitely have to have a type. And then just to make it standard, having this payload property, which is like everything you need to know about the thing that happened. Oh, they changed the value of that input field. In payload, you would either put the new value or an object that had like, the keys and properties, right? That's better than like, I wonder what, properties, I wonder what the shape of this action is. It's just a convention. You don't have to do it. I'm going to do it because I do it, right? And because I'm teaching, and so it makes sense to follow some sort of convention rather than just like making stuff up as I go along. So we'll have actions in a payload. And so you'll see if I go down into the reducer I'm going to bring in, so should we update the count manually, go look at the payload, which will be the new value, right? And everything will kind of work as well. This, obviously, as we all know, was written before I learned about event value as number 2 hours ago. So like it does do some coercing of stuff as well. But let's pull this in because this is not my problematic code. So there's like, other than this just being a reducer, which is like inherently typed, really, despite the fact that it doesn't look like it too much. So let's go ahead and let's remove all of my riffing. And I'm going to put this all in the same file just for clarity. Normally you would break this out into its own file. But rather than watch me jump around between 6 different files, it's probably easier to keep it all in one place. So we've got this reducer. And again, what I would do, and like in some of the other like example apps, like probably have a bunch of tests that just pass in the number 2 and then the action with the type increment, and then sees if the number 3 comes out, right? Then I'd have one that passes in decrement and sees if the number 1 comes out, so on and so forth. Super easy to test. You don't have to like use React testing library to mount the component and click a bunch of stuff. Like you might choose to do that as well, but it's nice that you don't have to in this case. Cool, and so it's angry at me, right? And that's good. Like I just pasted some code in, TypeScript's upset with me. Why? It's expecting an object. Now, this reducer expects an object that has a count and a draft count. And it's like, yo, you left this old code in here when this was a 0. I was like, yes, I did, because I was talking to my friends while I was doing this, right? And instantly it catches that, so I don't have to embarrass myself in front of my friends. And sit here like flailing wildly. So that's good. So now we've got this, and we can see automatically the it's set to count and draft count. That draft count is any, and that was on purpose as I was setting you up to change stuff. But again, got bitten by it, so I'm telling you the story of how that happened to me. And then set count. Oh wow, set count is now any. Right now, weirdly, hypothetically, if we change this to a number for a moment, say type string, payload is a number, hypothetically. You'll notice, oh, now I can only dispatch the right things. Do you see how I'm about to get hurt? Right? Do you see what's about to happen to me here? One any threw away all the type safety of what came out of my reducer and what I could dispatch to it. And as we learn about some of the other really nice stuff that TypeScript gives me when I follow the rules and use reducer, we're going to see how the damage is much worse than even we're probably thinking of right now. So we've got that in place. I've got that any in there. And so, I was going about my business. I can go in here. Obviously, these are all bogus now. So what I can do is I can dispatch. We want to call this. I was making a point that it was like set count, but let's actually do the thing now. We'll dispatch. Could really go for some autocomplete now. Well, I'm not going to get any. So, well, does anyone remember what the name of my increment action was? That seems good. Yeah. Oh, let me scroll up and look. I'm making a point. Increment. Woo. You can see that I'm like, it's like the wizard behind the cloak. As soon as I don't have like autocomplete, working for me, I have a lot of empathy for every coding interview after doing these. We don't need a payload on that object, but I don't really remember. Also, you'll notice that I've once again made the mistake that I've made 1,000 times. Of course, multiple workshops I'll have you know, where I give increment the decrement and decrement increment. Increment. I could go for some autocomplete now. That wasn't even for show. That wasn't even me trying to make the point. That was literally me not knowing how to type while talking, despite the fact that I did it for a living for years. All right, for count. Oh, we need to say that. We'll still call this state now since it's two things. It does know what this is at least. Well, it knows what count is. Cool. We don't need this anymore since that will exist on state. Now it will be in any type. What was the name of that one? Cool. And I can say, I'll show you what I did. I typed action. And I typed action because I was doing actions and I was doing types and I was somewhat, just kind of in autopilot setting this thing up and not really thinking. Now, I don't need to explain how conditionals work to you to explain that if you were looking for an action type any and you pass in an object with action is update draft count, it just falls right through all of these conditionals and you get back your initial state. And then you hit a button repeatedly and nothing happens, right? Because you don't even get an error. The code works. It's just, on a very nuanced version of what works is. We could take the event target value, so on and so forth. But the point that I wanted to make is that having one any in there opted me out of type safety everywhere, right? Effectively on dispatch at least. Made it so that I had to sit there and type every action by hand and look up and remember it, so on and so forth, right? It's kind of like setting the stage of how life is now with one innocuous any just on literally one value, right? Which is just simply the action. Affected everything and I lost it was 10 minutes. But still, you know what? Enough of those 10 minutes, and you're I can write some types. So let's kind of look at how we might make that a little bit better, right? Instead of doubling down and watching me fall all the way after you've seen where I got bitten by a real world mistake, let's make this better. I would love to give this a type, but as you can see, I have some things I have to work out here, right? Well, it could have any one of these strings, and it has a payload if and only if it's update draft count, right? The rest of them, it doesn't have a payload, right? And you're cool. At least you can get autocomplete on the type, right? And make sure you have the right properties. Wait. So there's a bunch of ways that I could do this, right? The most naive way, which we'll skip to the second one. The most naive way is to every case. We'll have a increment action type, and we'll have a decrement action type, so on and so forth, right? The cool thing about TypeScript and its ability to figure stuff out, we kind of saw this before where we said if there's no quote, return, and then it knew what quote was, right? You can give it some information about the problem at hand, and it can kind of figure out the rest. So I could say like, I could have like, let's say type, I don't know, we'll call it like, let's just call it, I'll just call it action. And this action can have the type increment. I might break this, I could break this out into its own time. Increment, decrement, reset. Let's see, what were the other ones? The ones that didn't take payloads, I think were just then update count from draft. Cool. Oop. Gotta watch where I'm putting that cursor. And I can paste this in, right? And those don't have a type. And then the one that had a type is going to be a little bit different, which is type action with payload. And in this case, we'll say that the type is just this one. And we'll go ahead and say the payload, in this case, is a number. Cool. Got to put some equal signs in there, or else things won't work. And where did I leave dangling code otherwise? Down here where I got stuff like half done. So we'll take that out for a minute. Yeah, because that's from my previous iteration earlier. We'll get all that wired up in a second. That's just a half written. Cool. We'll pull that back in. And what I want to show you is a few things. If I was going to rewrite this one, for instance, let's take out the body of it so I can use it again. Action.type, yeah. Let's actually pull out all these for a moment. Oh, I didn't replace the any, so let's do both. We'll say that this is now either one of these actions or that action with the payload. And like, if you look at like some of the like Redux, for instance, has like abstractions to like figure this all out. If you use like their create action in Redux Toolkit, like it'll automatically like type stuff for you. But now let's look what happens. In my reducer, as I'm writing out this logic, I go action equals or action type. You can see a new type equals. Oh, look at this. Because I've misspelled things before and it falls through, right? I can do like increment. Cool, and then we'll say like, we'll paste that in. And then check this out. Action.type equals equals equals. You know what's not on that list? Increment. You know why it's not on that list? Because I already returned from that. So it's not an option anymore, right? Cool. And so you can imagine now, as I bring these all back in, and I say if action.type it's got nothing for me, right? Because at this point, action.type is never. Because you handled all the cases it could possibly be, right? And then, if I go in here and I want to dispatch an action, cool, I get type immediately. I get all the values. But like, let's say I use increment, and I want to put a payload in. It's like, no, because that's not one of the ones that takes a payload. Or more importantly, let's say that I want the one that takes a payload, and I forget that it takes a payload. It's like, yo, you can't do that one, right? And so the amount of just like mental space that you do not need to reserve for keeping track of that complexity, it's just handled for you, right? Because the union type of action payload is like, cool, if this first part matches, then it matches the fact that it has no payload, right? Moving on, if it matches this one, then it has to have a payload of a number. So like TypeScript kind of like does some algebra to like figure this all out for you. And of all the possible combinations, right, it is not a combination where you have increment and a payload. And there's not a combination where you have update draft count and not a payload, right? So as you go to use it, if you're saying that it is the union of these two types, then you get the fact that it will figure that out based on the information that it has, right? And that's kind of like above and beyond like, is my number a number, right? Where you start to like tap into a lot of the like power here as well, right? And everything is kind of like keeping track. And so some of those silly mistakes that you might make, right? And it's one of those ones, if you have not made that thing already, you definitely will. And I think the other really cool thing is then also like one of the criticisms of reducers, and particularly like, popular with the criticism of like Redux, was that there was a lot of boilerplate, right? To stop yourself from mistyping an action, what people used to do is const increment. Because this is the best use of my time at my salary level, right? And then, because if you misspell a variable name, JavaScript yells at you. But now you can't misspell this. I mean, you can, but you will immediately know. Right, and so a lot of the extra work is solved for you as well, right? And like having autocomplete when just using dispatch, like either A, like removes like the need in a lot of cases for simple cases for action creators. I still like them because you can do a thing where it's like, hey, automatically type the action for me based on stuff, right? Like I'll show you an example if we get a second later where there is create action in Redux Toolkit that's like, hey, just give me a function about how, like, what arguments it takes and like what it spits out, and I'll give you the type for the action immediately. But a lot of cool stuff. But like some of the power, one, saves you in code you're going to type anyway to make your like reducer safe. But then also like I have made the mistake of like mistyping a case. The other kind of example, and I'm going to see if I have one like written up, or yeah, we can. No, I got to write it myself. But like I'll do a simplified version. So we'll comment this out for a second. And I could theoretically get away without the return state since all cases are handled, if it was if else. But I'll show you where this also becomes powerful. We all know that the best practice in switch statements is to have a default case, right? So if we do switch action type, we'll do case. Oh, I love this, right? And like, I don't know. We'll just return the initial state each one so I don't have to like remember how to add numbers. Decrement. So we do, yeah, return the state. As I'm off script, so we'll find out together. See if I made a mistake in there. Probably made a boo-boo. I'll pull it out in a second because I greatly prefer if-elses, so my ability to write a switch statement is slightly less than great. But a lot of times you can it'll say yo, you don't even need the default state, right? It is caught because it'll figure out that it was never. Let's see, I have a screenshot of it, but it looks about the same. Maybe it's because I didn't write real implementations in here. But the major point, versus watching me do a switch statement repeatedly, is that it'll analyze the code to figure out, have you dealt with all the cases? Are you aware that everything is going to happen here, right? And then figure it out for you, in the same way that action type became never, right? You can have a world where also you don't need a default case because it knows that it hit every single case along the way. You can't dispatch a bad action that would pass through because it knows what the valid actions are and it will analyze your code as you pass it in. You can't forget a payload on a valid action if it requires one, and even though it's a less bad scenario, you can't accidentally put a payload on the wrong action, right? Which is sometimes will catch you of even let's be clear, were update count from draft and update draft count my two best names ever? Probably not. Right? Even as I was live coding, was I slightly worried I was going to mess one of those up at some point? Absolutely, right? But the idea that I couldn't dispatch the wrong action with a payload is incredibly powerful, right? And we can kind of have all of that in place. So let me put back my if-elses because I like them more, honestly. And I'm not rewriting that code. I'm not rewriting add in front of you over and over again. So we can pull this in, right? And I know that I've got type safety here, right? And there's a bunch of like really interesting, like, I don't know if I can do it from scratch, but like, I'll try to get like the concept in of like, okay, like we can like go look at these different objects and like derive a type from it. I probably can't do it like live. I can look it up in a second from the last time I wrote it. Or we can look at create action from Redux Toolkit. But like there are other ways so you don't even have to type this much. But like to your question earlier, getting all that stuff for free in Redux Toolkit because like React Redux and Redux Toolkit were rewritten in TypeScript a year or two ago. Right, so they have like full TypeScript support out of the box. You get all this for free. So would I get like super fancy with like crazy dynamic types if I was just like doing a form validation? No, right? Like the last thing I'll show you at the end of this workshop is like this crazy thing you can do polymorphic components, and like even the like example that inspired it, I went to look at their source code and they have a hard-coded list, right? Sometimes it's just easier to be explicit than to be totally dynamic. So for a short thing like this will give you all the safety and it will stop you from the stupid mistake that I made. And it's not that much more work than like the safeguards we would put in regular JavaScript. Plus you get autocomplete in that sense. Plus it like will protect you from extra properties in a way that even a lot of our safeguards don't. Because like you could be like, okay, we'll throw an error. Yeah, that's great in development. Right, like you got to be a little bit careful with how much you're throwing errors around when you push it to production, right? Because like taking the whole UI down is usually not great. Like it's usually frowned upon. So like it gets a little bit trickier. But like the amount you get for free by just one, I think we saw two things. What an any will do to you. It infected everything, and it made it so I made a boo-boo preparing this. And two, like just the like amount of like even autocomplete and knowing that I handled all the cases and stuff along those lines is incredibly powerful. And this is my point that I made earlier in the workshop that, yeah, having to have the type and not just doing whatever you want, I guess is like a slightly more typing, pun unintended. But like the payoff of typing you save later and also weird head-scratching errors. You have to throw console logs in. I'm aware that debugger exists. I don't care. Like, saves you later. All right, let's take a tour of this new app together and check it out. So there's a lot of functionality that still needs to be added in. Like, for instance, you can see the RGB values. You can't change them because there's no action set up for that yet. Wow, imagine that. In a perfect world, you could click any of these colors and switch it into like the main color. You can save colors. What is this one called? 24 karat. In memory until you refresh the page. But like generally speaking, it's got the accoutrements of of a full app that needs some implementation. Things it does have is stored somewhere a list of 6,000 different color names. So if you happen to come across one of the colors that has a name, because there's billions of colors, right? Like if you come across one of the 6,000 that has a name, it will show you the name. And this color input definitely works. I don't want to talk about how much time I spent doing this looking for a color. It's not important. Like these are two of the named colors. So 1989 Miami Hotline was the name of a color. That's what that one is. Blue Fire and 24 Karat were some of the more delightful color names that I found. But if you get bored later, can you scroll around looking for colors and see which ones have names? You absolutely could. We should talk later about what you do with your free time, but it's an option. And I can't judge you because it's what I did with my free time. So we have the input field. We have some amount of a reducer set up. So we'll take a look at that. And then what we're going to try to do is kind of get at least either A, these inputs, or B, clicking on one of these buttons to work is kind of be a little bit of a choose your own adventure. Like eventually, we should probably have both working. But like we'll have choice time as well. So let's take a look at the app. Right now it's using useState. So we got to actually change this out for a useReducer in a hot minute. But like first, let's set up some of those actions for ourselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file. Let's call it colors. It's going to have let's call it colorReducer. It can just be a TS. We're not going to run any TSX in there. Now, the one setting that I have turned on, which is good for normal, which is like it doesn't like it when I just have empty files, so that will go away in a heartbeat. Let's talk about really, if we only worried about like the RGB colors and the hex colors, which we can figure out some abstractions for doing better stuff in a little bit. What would that look like? So we can have type, update color action, and that's going to take the equal sign. That's an action that's going to take, let's call it update hex color. And its payload, like there are some tricks that we can see later for like ways to get even a better type here when we look at template literals later, but like let's say hex color is right now a string. Right, so now we've got like a little bit more of a like full-on like put that export to keep things happy. And we'll just say let's make one more. Like, could you go ahead and like did I later in a pre-baked thing make HSV, HSL, all the other color ones? Yes, absolutely. But let's just do a simple one for now. Type, and we'll say, and like I'm not even super worried about like mistyping because I know that like the mistake won't bite me later because I will have autocomplete on these two types. Now I will need to fix it because I don't need to embarrass myself during code review. But here we are. RGB, and we're going to say that takes an array of 3 values. We could just say number, number, number. And what's cool about this is that like TypeScript knows that you're not just going to give it an array of numbers. You're going to give it an array of 3 numbers. Right? Because an array of numbers could be an array of 1 number, an array of 25 different numbers, right? This is saying number, 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 right? Like in a lot of ways, this is either a tuple or a tuple, depending which way you like to say it. Like that's, you could have a string of, you could have an array of, it could be a string or Boolean or a number, but if you say in the brackets string Boolean number, it's expecting an array where the first element is a string, the second one is a Boolean, and the third one is a number, right? And this is a powerful way. Why are we using an array for RGB? Because the library that I'm using to come up with the hex colors and do all the conversion that is not apropos to the actual thing that we're trying to learn here takes an array. So, and there's ways to like, you saw me use that return value before. Could I have like pulled in the RGB function and done like return value of that function? I could have done that as well. Maybe I'll do it later if I feel like it. But for now, that's how this works. So we've got that in place. What is my color state? Like right now, we're going to say that everything is based on the hex color. Why? Because the input color field that is built into the DOM gives you back a hex code as its event target value. So that seems like a good enough place to like base our color state on. So the color state will be hex color state, or just color, hex color. It's going to be that string. And cool, our initial state, I don't have a favorite hex color that I can remember off the top of my head. Maybe I do. Initial state should be of the type color state. And this is mostly to keep me honest, because like I define this, I just want to make sure the next thing I write, particularly while I'm live coding, is the right shape, because it's going to otherwise guess based on whatever I type in here. Does anyone have a favorite hex color? That seems like a good enough hex color. B, A, D. A. Just for viewers at home watching this later, that was Mark, the founder and CEO of Front End Masters. So just FYI. Cool. So we've got that in place. We'll make a colorReducer, which is going to take stuff that we saw me kind of like riffing on earlier. The state is going to be some kind of color state And I could say that by default it should be the initial state. And like I liked, like, do I need to do both? As you've all learned, I do not. Why are you mad? Oh, yeah, because if you use curly braces, it thinks it's an object. Initial state. And I like to do both because I don't trust myself, honestly. Right? This is kind of like, it will, because TypeScript will try to help and infer things, sometimes I don't want that. Sometimes I want to like triple check everything because like, especially while live coding, right? And we'll have an action that is either going to be the type, update hex color action, or I called it color action in this case. I think we should call it hex color action. That will change it both places, cool. And, or it is the type update RGB color action. Right, and so we've got that in place. We'll say if, I was like, do I try to write another switch statement even though I never write switch statements? I'm like, no, this is not the time for that. We'll say, oh, look at that, autocomplete. Who doesn't love that? One thing I'm going to do to show you real quick is I'll have action payload. Right, and so now it knows on the other side of the equal sign is an action payload. H, hex color. Right, because it knows what properties are allowed to be on an action of the type update hex color. So it's like, yo, that has a payload, totally, I'll autocomplete that for you, but it's only got one property. So as you're deconstructing it, obviously it's the hex color, right, and non-RGB, right? I love this, makes me so happy. And then we'll return everything else in the state, plus that hex color, right? Let's grab some of this here for, like, cool thing. This comparison appears to be unintentional because you already used this one, basically, is what it's saying. It's saying like the only option left is update RGB color, and you just did an RGB hex or update hex color. You know, if I had more things to do, it'd be like, yo, that one does not fit into all the things I was expecting, so you can't have like two cases in here. Right? And it's like, okay, cool, but this can't be a hex color then. RGB. Cool. And now it's like, well, yeah, that's not a valid hex color, so you can't do that. Right? And so it's like, just again, following the red squiggles makes things a lot easier. So there is a library that I'm going to pull in. I think it's what, color convert. Other trick, you start with this and go. If you don't remember exactly what you're pulling out. Yeah, there it is. Cool, yeah. Normally we write it the other way, like Python does import the library and then what you want, which would be a lot easier for us, but here we are. TypeScript is great. It'll protect you from lots of silly mistakes, but not ones that are totally legal and legit JavaScript, right? So yeah, I pull in this RGB, and I'm using it up here, but right? Like before I was like, yo, it looks like it's not being used, and yet if I wrote it up there, it worked, but here it was redefined. Because one line above, in closure scope, you can like have a variable that has the same name in a different closure scope, and that is totally legal and valid JavaScript. That is not what I wanted. So like, yeah, some of the rules still apply. So let's not redefine the same name as our conversion function here. We'll just say const hex color. This is like easier to like multi-cursor later. We'll say, oh look, RGB is now what I think it is. RGB.hex, exactly what I wanted. And I will pass it in action.payload.rgb. Now, you could say, maybe getting a little fancy deconstructing wasn't the greatest, and you're doing it again over here. That's fine. So cool. Now I have both of those actions kind of taken care of. Again, just to validate. We can see that its type, the type does not exist on never, because we've handled all cases for the action object and its type. Like, that's it. That's all it can possibly be. We know. I'm still going to do this because I have it, honestly. because I don't trust myself and I don't want to get bitten by it later, but probably can forget that. Neat. So now we've got, that is a full-on reducer. Let's export it. And we can go ahead and switch out an application. That's set state with like, say, const use reducer. And that's going to bring in, what did I name that reducer before? colorReducer. colorReducer. And look, it's angry because I'm not giving it the right initial state, which I probably didn't export. Oh, it did. Look at me. Cool. And so we've got that in place. And what's nice is it's going to know the types in this case. So we know that state. And we can't, like, if I pull it down here, you can see. It's got hex color. It automatically has the typing of everything there. So I can even say, look, and that works. And we'll grab dispatch out. Cool. And now on change, what we want to do is say, oh yeah, update hex color. And like again, like was that a key? I don't really have to remember because all of my typing will handle stuff for me. What you angry about? One argument, we got two. Let's say, oh, it's actually event target value. Being a little fancy there. But it caught it for me, so that's good. That's not inside an object. Cool. What you angry about now? Oh, payload. It's got to be wrapped in payload. That's why I made that object before. Like the nice part is if I had messed it up in JavaScript, you know when I would have found out? When I went to change the color a bunch of times. Or when I already had a pre-written component test and all those things. Like all of those are feedback loops that I don't love. That said, let's make sure. Cool. All my functionality works. We learned what Mark's favorite color actually looks like, which is a little bit of like a snot green.
It's definitely not my favorite color. It's a joke. Joke on poorly.
Yeah. No, I didn't say it was like, yeah, delude that was your favorite color. We know why you chose it. I'll leave that as an exercise to the reader. But we have that kind of in place. So we've got that wired up. Before I showed you how passing that set state was a little bit of a pain, I told you like, oh, if you use dispatch, it's a little bit easier. Let's actually see what that looks like. So if we want to like pass it in, we got to do a little bit of prop drilling. So we got to pass it from application to adjust colors and from adjust color to that RGB inputs, right? And part of the reason that we're going to go through that extra layer of indirection is so I have an excuse to use the context API later. But we'll go through it. And so we also have to adjust some of the different props along the way. So your choice on how you want to refactor. You can refactor from that RGB input on up, or you can refactor from the application on down. The good news is that the like happy union of React and TypeScript is going to help you along the way. So I'm going to say that we're going to pass in dispatch. We'll say dispatch. Great. Cool. And so now we'll pass this through, and we'll say, we'll go into this one. And we'll say that we want to add the fact that it will take dispatch. And we can pull it in from React. Now, it does expect like what kind of action, right? So one of the things I can do here is I will probably, very similar to what you saw me do right here, like I need this type. I do not want to type it over and over and over again, right? So what I'm going to do is say, just store it in this type here, and we'll swap it in here, and we'll go back. If you don't export things, you can't use them. Someone asked before, like, when do I make the decision on whether or not to put something in that definition file or import it all over the place? You know, if I was thinking, if this app grew anymore, and like the idea that like, I'm probably going to need something like this for select color, I'm probably going to need this somewhere else as well. I will show you a trick where I won't need it later. But for now, you can assume that if you're going to go down this path, you'd be importing this all over the place for a very common thing, right? So what I could do in this case, and I'll just show you because it can be done, is I can go into like any d.ts, I can paste this in here, and you'll notice that it is now like available in basically any file. So now I can go into this file over here, just to show you. I didn't have to import it anymore. It's just available, right? And in fact, if you wanted to, you could actually even like pull in the full React.dispatch and have like, you can abstract this as much as you want. Cool, so we have that in place. And then finally, we're going to go into hex to RGB. And there's two things that I could do here, and I'll show you, is I could say that it's copy and paste got a little carried away there, but that's cool. I got the import in for free anyway. Sweet. Save some files.
Actions, probably.
What's up?
Actions.
Oh, yep. What did I leave in that other file for myself? Just colors. Yeah, I made a mistake over here. Oh, no, it wants this. Just call it actions. We'll pass it in as a prop here as well. Cool. As you can see, like my red is turning various shades. Interesting, it doesn't have this one. Got React in here. Oh, I don't know, maybe I mistyped it. Cool, and so like, other than me not using it here, right, I can pull this all in. And now I need to do a little work because these are 3 different values in here. So I've got, as you can see, some values here as well. And so what I'll do is just say, let's give ourselves a helper function. Red will be R, G will be green, oh, green will be G. And then, and this is just going to take these 3 values, I'm going to turn it into an array and send it off. And so what we'll do here is we'll say dispatch. And we'll say the type. Oh, we got to take a look at that in a second. Let me take a look. Maybe my ad hoc moving that out into a different file is not my best choice, but we'll find out in a second. Oh, these weren't available in that other file because these are not exported. All right, so my whole thing of like, let me drop into that file as a surreptitious like bonus thing that I was going to do is totally, we can take a look at that, but like maybe not while I'm in the middle of another thought. Cool. I guess I could move them all in and that would solve for that, but like while I give you something to do, then I will go move the file and verify it works and like midway through trying to make a point. Cool, so now everything makes sense a little bit more. So I should be able to go into application. If I look at this, dispatch is now what I think it is. It gets passed through. It goes to index. It's like, yo, I don't know what this is. That makes sense. So let's pull it in. Nope.
I don't think you exported it, though.
Did I not export that one while I was talking? This is why we don't wing it. There we go. All right, so now we're exporting everything. Now I should get, all right. And we go through. What you angry about? Figure it out in a second. Let's get everything else wired up. Cool. Now, yeah, now I know things are working. Right? Again, like, sure, was that my finest moment? No. Did I have to like go and flail wildly in the browser to see things didn't work? I just saw that like, hey, I'm not getting autocomplete. That's a signal that I have probably like flew too close to the sun while live coding, right? Like, so here we can say that the payload. And what's nice, if I hover over, I can be reminded about what format this looks like. So I can actually say, and that wants it in an RGB object, which I remember. But what's nice is that like should be an RGB. Number is not assignable to that, to either one of these two. Cool, and now because I have no red squigglies, I can at least figure out that mostly everything's OK in here. Let's go back up and see what our problem is. The same problem that I had before, which is one bad naming decision. You know what? I'll just grab the other one. If you misspell things, your code doesn't compile. So now I've got no red squigglies, which gives me some confidence I can go to my browser and see, right? And again, like the nice part is I am in the zone. I am looking at my code. I am seeing the errors immediately, and I can kind of address them. Versus, I want to tell you how it sometimes goes. And then we got to say on change in here. If you don't put on change handlers, nothing happens. So on change, we'll take the event. And this time we can actually use, it's a number again. Great. But this time we actually want it to be a string. So like for the thing that I was complaining about the whole time, that value as number saved us from, we want that this time. No, we actually want it to be a number. So that's not true. We'll say, cool, we'll say update. I could dispatch the action if you needed to, but I made that helper up there. Update RGB. And here we'll say event.target.value. Oh, E. You make one coding mistake in front of your friends. Next thing you're embarrassed. Value is number, and that's actually got to be the. Let's look at the error. Like I know what it is, but it's like, yo, you're saying this red is number undefined, green number undefined, or blue. So we'll actually say red will be that target value. Blue will be B. Green will be G. And we can grab this and just adjust it slightly. Oh, we turn them all the same. That's not fun. There's probably a better utility function I could write for that, but that'll do the trick for now. So what my issue is. All right, red, green, blue.
Because you have them in the wrong order.
That should just be weird. It shouldn't like, because the object shouldn't matter. I got no red squiggles. Let's see what we got in a second. You have the best laid plans, all right? I want the record to show this is my first intentional console log of the day. So, and we'll see what my issue is. It's probably the stupidest thing again. All right, so I got those colors coming in correctly, invalid color string in the HSL one. That's fun. Give me 1 second, I'll trace it down. It looks like it's going through the reducer fine. It's maybe my output or something I wasn't validating just yet. I'll figure that out. We can all watch me though. That'll be fun. It'll keep me honest, right? Which is ideally, let's just out of pure curiosity, let's look at like what we get out of application on each render. Oh, wanna play a game? So I made this like slight meta point earlier of like, I bet we can make that hex color type better, right? And this is like a later chapter in this like workshop, but let's talk about it now because I got bitten by it. So we start out with hashtag BADA55. That's cool. We see it twice because like React 18 has concurrent rendering, so console logs show up twice in a render. It's not actually rendering twice. It's underhood React stuff. You'll see that one's coming from the VM, one's coming from application TXX. On the next render, one of these things is not like the other, which is this one starts with a hashtag, and this one starts with a string. I mean, this one starts without a hash. It's just a string. And when I say that hex color is, in this case, a string, TypeScript's like, yo, I did my job here, right? And like, that is definitely, it's doing its job. That doesn't stop me from forgetting that the library that I'm using expects, when it takes the hex code, the library is expecting all hex codes to start with a hash, not my code. I forgot that, thereby the code crashed. So the fix, the really like illustrious fix is, watch this. No, get too show-offy with the pound sign, and you'll make a new mistake. Great. So yeah, I guess there is a cautionary tale here that TypeScript will solve like from 90% of the bugs, but not all of them. One thing that I don't know we should implement live, but let's do it like at least the theoretical part, because when I explain this to you later, you'll find out why. TypeScript 4 point something introduced, you have template literals in JavaScript, right? So you can do like, and then you put a variable in there, right? So TypeScript added this super powerful thing, which is the ability to do that with your type definitions. So I could say type, and this is still somewhat limited. I long for a day where this is better. And this is way better than when I did this course last time. So like I can, like, my longing is not from nowhere. Right? So I could say that it's a string that starts with a hash code, with a hashtag. Right? And now this will only accept strings that start with that, which if they use that in their type system for this library, granted, this is like relatively new TypeScript feature. Yeah, it's not totally safe to use yet. For libraries, for your own code, totally safe to use. What TypeScript added in 4.6 or 4.7 was it used to be you could only put other string types in there. The crazy thing that, and this is the thing that I use in my code as well, is, so if we want to say like RGB string, like the one that like CSS respects, brand new in like the last few months is the ability to do like something like this, RGB, and we could do number in here, right? Now, the only problem is we know that RGBs are supposed to be like maxed out at 255. Like you can't do a number range or anything like that. But you could make, OK, now it has to be a string that matches like this general pattern, which is, yeah, like new-ish, right? And this is, yeah, not true of last time we did this workshop. And it's super powerful as well. And yes, at one point, did I try to make a union type of 0 through 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, hashtag, and then 6 of those? I did try to do that. The like number of like type complexity that creates got TypeScript to say absolutely not, right? And so you are somewhat limited. You could say that it is like 6. You could say that's a hashtag string that starts with a hashtag. You could say that it's this, and it could be any number. You're still somewhat limited. But where this is really useful is like you saw like those action types I was creating. Like what I could do. See how this is like update hex color, update RGB color, right? I could say that like is, so let's say we had color formats, I don't know, and we said it was RGB, hex, HSL, HSV, right? I think those are the ones I have. What I could do is say that my valid action types are, and I use this all the time in actions. If you look at this, it is now all of those made on the fly for me, right? So I don't have to type them all. The camera can't see the faces facing me, but I can see them. Like, yeah, some of the like power and convenience. So like for like a lot of stuff, like if you're like getting a resource and it's like requested, loaded, error, or loading, you can like automatically have these templates that you're kind of using and like generate a bunch of these string types automatically. And like particularly actually in this use case, I use this a lot. Right? I will use it for like all sorts of different statuses and stuff along those lines where I can expect something. So like something like this is super useful. Now the problem is like we saw with our, like we have value as number. However, like nothing, this type that I made, like those color inputs are not going to give me this type. Right? And so you would have to write something like this to check it all the time. So this is why we're not totally going to go all the way down this road, but I do want to tell you that this road exists. And so we could do like is hex color, and we'll take some string, right? So we want to insist it's a string in the very beginning, and I can say return starts with a hash, which is really the only thing that makes this true. And then if this is a Boolean return, right? Normally, right? It returns a Boolean. What I can do is say, and it's basically TypeScript is saying, if you validate that this is the right type, I will believe you, right? And so if it's like, yo, that string, which totally had a hashtag at the beginning, right? Just says it's a string because of the type system. I don't really know. You can write this logic, and now if something goes in, right, it will tell you that this is the actual type that you want to use, right? And so you can like say like, hey, TypeScript's like, I'm not sure. You're like, let me check. It is, and they'll be like, okay, cool. This is a hex color. I'll treat it like that from now on. Super, super powerful. I use this like, especially when getting JSON data back from APIs, right, where it could be anything. And I want to insist as a certain type throughout my code base. When I get that API request back in, I will do a bunch of these checks and cast it to the correct type based on these like super unit tested, because this is a powerful tool. So if you just like, if this returns true, I can cast anything I want to anything, right? But I can go ahead, and if I really don't know what something is, Like if it could be an array or it could be a string or something like that, that's where unknown comes in, where it makes no assumptions. You figure out everything in the Thunderdome over here, and then like whatever comes out will be the type that it uses. So that mistake gave us an interesting aside, which we'll call it a total win. But yeah, so now I think I already validated everything worked. But yeah, there are little things that can go wrong, and sometimes the type system is not going to totally help you, but there are also techniques that you can do, right, that will save you from some of these headaches. You just kind of have to step in. If you work with TypeScript, like TypeScript could have caught that for me. If I'd been like, yo, when I set this state, which is eventually what those other things took that value and tried to like convert into something, it was a library code that was crashing, not mine. It was my mistake, but it was a library code that was crashing. But I could say like, yo, never let a string out of here that does not start with a hashtag. I could definitely have TypeScript help me with that, right? Using the technique that I just showed you. I got it wired up with some amount of side road trips there to the point where we got the RGB. And I'll push up this branch and we have one that'll kind of drop in that's a steady state as well. I'll push up both the live coding and the steady state just to make sure. Your job is to choose your own adventure at this point. And we'll put it on the screen for perpetuity. Is to... Let's see. We passed dispatches as a prop. Here we are. You can follow me down my path and get one of the other either HSL or HSVs working, right? And kind of just again, you can then follow the path I put in the code I'm about to share in the chat, or like I'll have the branch up here as well. Or if you want to try to get one of the color change swatches working, the idea being that when I click on any of these colors, it should change, right? And so that's an on-click event. That one just takes the hex code, so you don't have to worry about the trials and tribulations of my third-party library. But you can click on one of these, and it should change the color as well. So those are two different things. You can either get one of these rows, or you can go ahead and try to get clicking on one of these to change the color. It's the same basic idea. It's passing dispatch down through an intermediate component, make sure it's typed correctly, make sure you have the action right, that's seen all the fun autocomplete happen. So of the two missions that I'm going to solve for, I'm not going to do the one that I did before. Right? You are welcome to do that one, but I am going to go do the other one, which is clicking on one of those buttons to work. Right? I have two real choices. I can get it working either here or here. Considering there's two of these, I'm going to go this way. Also, 1989 Miami Hotline. Right. Oh, this color is called, and this branch that I switched it to is called Aggressive Salmon. I chose it because of the name. Right. Cool. So kind of going through, we've got this colorReducer. And we've got this kind of all in place. Let's go ahead. It's basically, it's a little bit of a change, but like also slightly easier in some ways than the other one, which is to go into application. We've got dispatch already. Do a little bit of the same. And like again, part of threading it through is setting us up for like, would be cool if we tried this with the context API. Agreed. But we'll get that set up. So like following the red squigglies, it's like, yo, that's not it's not a prop on saved colors. Like, yeah, I'm gonna work down. So here we can say, and we'll say, I grabbed just kind of the base branch for starting this, and this one's called color actions. I do need to pull this in, which is better than the one that had like a similar name. So we've got that. We can pass that through. And we'll take this. And you can see we get the nice typing from everything, and we'll get all the autocomplete. Everything's going to be good. So we've got this saved color. And let's see, on here, can we do the add click? We have to pass that through. We have to pass it through again. And you could argue, could you do an on-click handler on here and pass it through? I will show you how to do that in a little bit, I promise you. Follow the red squigglies. Second album name. Color actions. And then on the button, that's the remove button, we'll want the, oh, we got one more thread. Oh, we could probably do it in here too. I want it usable everywhere. Yeah, let's do it in here. We'll dispatch, and then we have the object where we'll get all the autocomplete type, update hex color. And now, since we're working with the hex color, I shouldn't have any of the issues that I had before. Famous last words, right? All right, so let's see how that went. So we got the on-click on the color change swatch. Can I have, oh, we did, if you don't put it on these, they don't work. And it all works, everything's good. And you can see all my complementary and triad colors change as well, because it's all being created from there. 1989 Miami hotline. And so for funsies, you can also like wire these up. I'll give that as an exercise to the reader. It's the same basic idea that you can kind of pass these through and use them. Now, a better way is if I had done this with the context API, I could just have the thing itself be able to dispatch that action with its own on-click. We should do that. That seems good, right? But like, I'm going to teach a workshop on React performance later, and like, the context API has some implications that are sometimes not great, and we'll talk about how to get around those. But like the context API, all the time, every time. There's a really great blog post by Mark Erickson where he talks about how like the context API is not a state management tool, and that's not the theme of our workshop today. But like that's the thing to go read if you really want. And I somewhat agree. So we've got that in place. Let's actually like look at implementing the context API in here as well. So I'm gonna make a new file called context.tsx. Put it in the root directory. For those who don't know, there was an old API, the legacy context API, which gave any component anywhere in the hierarchy tree the ability to like reach in to this shared tree. It was not a stable or like documented API, but libraries like React Redux and stuff like that used it. It's one thing for like a library that has to then fully support it to use. It's another thing if you just wanted to use a code base and then the Facebook team wanted to change it. But now there is a real context API. And we say create context. And this is where it gets tricky. Give it a default value. Well, we've played this game before. We played it with useState. We played it with useReducer. We've played this game many a time before. So I could be like, yo, here's a hex color, right? And maybe it starts out as like, I'm not going to use that special type because we didn't really implement it. And so I could say like color context. And it knows that color context is a hex, it has a hex color, it has a string, right? Cool, cool, cool. And at first, life seems great. Life seems good, right? We'll go ahead and we'll like export const color provider. Let's also, because I know that I'm going to forget. Export color provider. And that's going to need children, but we know how to deal with that. We'll deal with that in a second. And we kind of wrap, as we say, color context dot provider. This is just a thing. This is not a TypeScript specific thing just yet. We'll give it children. And we'll say that this is props with children. But then we need to actually declare that as well. let's see. Sometimes you make the same mistake so often that when you see it, you're like, I don't even need to read the error message because I do that all the time. So we have that in place, and so now it's like, yo, I need a value. So the default value was fine, but like this, when we use it like this, we have to give it a value. And if you ever like look at the, what was Mark's favorite one again? There we go. If you ever look at the documentation, and I believe this is still true, I've not personally pulled up the Context API documentation. They have like, the example is like, there is a theme, right, object of like the different colors or whatever. And they pass in the value, and then that is available to everything. Like the docs are like, I believe this is still true, somewhat silent on like state management in here, and yet we all do it. Even when I said we should use the Context API, I saw a bunch of people nodding, right? Like, yeah, we should, right? Because we all do it. And we gave it a default value, so it figured it out. Like, we also want to give it like dispatch, right? But I can only use reducer inside of a React component. And if I want to export this color context, I can only do it outside of a React component. These two things are fundamentally different, right? If I try to do something like, yeah, check it out. Well, we can, like, it's getting the type. So we do the same trick we did before. We're like, yeah, you're not going to pull one over on me. Hex color is a string. It's happy with that because it's like, cool, you gave me an object where the hex color was a string. I'm like, cool. Dispatch. And that's going to be, let's just pull it in. Color action. It's like, yo, give me a dispatch. The dispatch is color actions. I don't have one until over here, inside this closure scope that I can't escape. What am I going to do? I got options. None of them are great. I will eventually get you to a better but more confusing option. But like, I have two options here. Both are not great. I can do this. But guess what? Now the dispatch can either be dispatch color actions are undefined. I will forever live with this, which is super annoying because I am going to define it 5 lines from now, right? And since this is going to wrap, like this code will run, like this will wrap my entire application component, there is very little chance that there will ever be a world where dispatch is not defined and we're using this context. I'm sure we've seen some of, I'm sure you can create some weird edge case. It can happen. I'm not gonna say no possible way, but like, yo, I'm gonna define it before it even gets to application. Good luck using it before it's defined. And yet, then I have to forever live with the fact that it's an optional? That's not great. It's correct, but it's not great. The other option is to sell TypeScript to chill, right? And again, Michael in the chat commented like what that is when we're saying like, oh, this is a hex color. With great power comes great responsibility, right? You better unit test those functions because if you're going to insist that something's a type, you better be right. We have another option here where we're going to be like, okay, yeah, it's not that time, but like for a minute, pretend it is, right? And this is less dangerous than in any because it is like isolated to one place. It doesn't affect everything else, but it should be treated with the same amount of concern, which is, let's actually make this a type. Just trying to make sure I didn't pick one that was already taken. I don't love that name, but it's good enough. And it's like, well, that's not the right type. But like, pretend it is. Right, and that will work. And now if you feel bad about this, I will say two things to you. Valid. The second thing I will say to you is let's look at literally what Create React does to bootstrap your entire app. Because theoretically, document get element by ID, root, there could not be a root on there. So like get element by ID returns either a DOM node or undefined. Now, anyone setting this template up understands that they made the public.html. There is a root on there. So they're saying, yo, TypeScript, chill. I know you don't know, but I know. So valid, and we will actually get rid of this in a little bit. So if you're like, yo, what is he doing? Like, don't worry. Also, like, I have never been bitten by this one yet, but we also will solve for it. But that is one way to handle this. Now it's now yelling at you. It's like you didn't give me a dispatch over here. So you know that this is not infecting other things in your code base. This is a one-time, trust me, I know what I'm doing. I can see the chat moving. Yeah, nobody likes this. Anyone who feels good about this, I mean, good for you. Yeah. But yeah, I agree. And we'll look at another way that is a little bit more complicated, but also kind of like solves for this problem. But it's a chicken and the egg scenario and something we kind of have to deal with. So then I can pull this fun stuff. Let's leave it in there for a second. And we'll move it into the context as well. We'll grab useReducer. Oh, and here we just need to pass in that dispatch as well. Awesome. And so now this all wires up and it works. And we can use this context anywhere. So I will initially put it in those. I'll put it in all those buttons, and we'll move it into the app real quick. We don't. I guess yeah. We don't want to hard code in that anymore. So we'll pull the one from state. Cool. And here we'll say. Notice I forgot to wrap my index.tsx in this, so somebody hold me accountable to that in a moment before I get confused why nothing's working. So here we only need to pull out, I guess I could pull out we'll pull out both the hex color and the dispatch here, because like that way I don't have to I can just put the hook in the new place and I don't have to put it everywhere, because I did some of that threading earlier. So that just limiting the amount of refactoring I have to do at this moment. Cool, so we've got all that in place. I'm just going to validate that I have not broken anything before I go remember, someone has to keep me accountable. I'll put in index.tsx. We do need to wrap our application in this. What did I name it? Color context, color provider. Color provider. Awesome. And so now let's validate that it works. Cool. So now wiring up the rest of these buttons, or even honestly these input fields, should be a lot easier at this point. And so let's do that for let's do it for the color buttons, color swatch buttons. Color change swatch. So that had the on click. And we'll say if nobody gave you one, we'll use the one that I just wrote. Really, in this case, all we care about is dispatch. Use context with the color context. You know what? Let's get rid of this. I'll do one little refactor, but it's easier than putting a weird conditional in there. So on here, in this case, what we'll do is we'll say dispatch. Again, love to see it. Every time it makes me happy. Every time. That didn't need to be an object, though. Awesome. So now, theoretically, all these work throughout the code. Oh, I lost it. One of them had a name. Anyway, so now they all exist. It all works. Everything's great. And so the cool part, and you can also do some interesting things like give yourself custom hooks as well that wrap around this. You don't actually have to pull in dispatch either, and that'll all theoretically work as expected. But we do have to do a little bit of what I think is fair to define as shenanigans in order to get the context API to work. Now, again, for those of you who agree with me in the chat and like in the room, that like forcing it is not great, but maybe acceptable. Like we'll look at another option the other way. But what I would challenge you to do is we have another example, the packing list app that I'll show you real quick, where you're going to try it out. The twist on the theme this time is that it's just going to use state. So the same idea, but instead of dispatch, we're going to use state. The nice part is it does save you from having to do that react.dispatch, react.setStateAction, and then the type, because like you're just going to pass. Like you'll have to do it in the context once, but then you'll kind of have it in place. The only thing that I need to call out is that there is a with TypeScript branch that you have to use. This is an application that was, in case we felt like porting it out from JavaScript to TypeScript also existed, but there is one with TypeScript totally set up. All right, so if you look in here, like I did some of the setup already, just simply because like no one needs to watch me retype the same stuff I just typed. So we've got the createContext. It's starting out with a null. I've got the provider set up, just triple checking. Like it is wrapped around the index component. Like most of the like non-TypeScript parts are set up for us. So now we can kind of do the other piece, which is I can pull in all of these helper methods that I'll need as well. And we can say that this will start out as get initial state, get initial items. Cool. And so like that is, you know, the initial part. Now none of this is hooked up to anything. It's still null getting passed through and all those things. But like the non-TypeScript parts of this, other than the fact that the use state for having an array that we saw earlier, but actually this returns an item array. So like if you had a function that always promised that it was going to return, promise is a tricky word. Not return a promise that has a, like, but then TypeScript would then cast it in just as we saw before. But just to be explicit, here it is. So that's the context stuff that we just saw a second ago. Let's pull in the state management pieces from application because we're going to move it in here. That's already in place, but we'll grab it. And these are all the things that we're going to pull out as well. And I'm not going to save that file yet because it's going to start crashing stuff. But we can pull it into context TSX and just make it available so we can stop the prop drilling and paste it all in. Now, there is a little surprise in there. If you're staring closely enough, you can see it. If not, I will make it obvious to you in a moment. But we have this in place. And so we've got all these features. So now what we really want to do is be able to kind of like pass those through all of the context. So really, before, when we were just using the reducer, there was just one dispatch, right? Because like we can't just batch all sorts of different actions. We need to have like some kind of method for each one. We need some way of like bundling these all together in order to thread them through the context API. So we can say, in this case, we'll say like const value, because that's going to be what we pass into the provider down there. And we'll say that this is like items, and it's our unpacked items. It's our packed items. And we've got, what is it? Add, update, remove, and then mark all as unpacked, right? We'll take a look at it in a second. Mark all as unpacked. So that'll be everything bundled together real nicely, and we can pass it in to here. This is where the yelling starts, because it's like, yo, you told me value is null. Yeah, that's true. So here we'll say like, but as what? Before I could just say dispatch with the action types. Here I can't, right? This is one of the reasons like I like use reducer a lot, especially because the number of things I'm doing. Like this is a case where again, like I might have reached it, but I wanted to show you both because like sometimes you fight the battle with the army you have, right? One of the things I could do is literally, again, to kind of hit that running theme, rather than rack my head and sit there and try to like get it right and watch my code not compile, the answer a lot of times is just stealing it from your own code, right? Let TypeScript give you the answers so that you can give TypeScript the answers somewhere else. So we can grab this, and I can make this its own type, right? I can call it like now we have this, and we can see that like, let's just verify that those are both the same thing, right? Cool. Because we don't get a compiler error, this is how we know that they are both valid and they are simpatico with each other. So that all kind of works, and it's great. Like, there are fun things that you could, if these were in the same scope, you could do stuff like, I don't even know if you can write a type inside of a smaller scope. I'll just show it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why I'm getting yelled at. But like, I'll show you what this looked like if it was up and out of there. You could say type right, and that will figure out, oh, type of value. And you can see that that is a way to figure out the type based on an object. This is a regular old JavaScript value. It has determined the type, and it's allowing me to then make a type on the fly dynamically. That said, we still have that closure scope problem that we had before. So both work. I use this a lot, especially with arrays, like for like statuses. Like we have a bunch of labels of like running, paused, terminated. I want those to be types, so I can make those union types like you saw with the actions. But I also need them as values that I iterate over. So a lot of times I'll do like loading, error, success, for whatever it is. You do as const, which means this is an array that's never going to change. It's kind of like when we saw number, number, number. Like this is not an array that you can push onto or pop off of. This is a static array. And then if you did you would get this full array. But then if you did that's the key of type of status. Yeah, this will give you the full array of them that you can kind of like pick one of in this case. And then if you said, for arrays, the keys are numbers. I think I gotta. You see I got a union type based out of that array, right? So this is saying like go through all the keys, which are numbers, 1, 2, 3. It gives you a status. And so now I can like set them very clearly based on this. So if you have a value that you need to use in JavaScript, and then also a type, you can kind of dynamically derive the type from the value. It is not just you cast your types onto values. You can also pull types out of values as well. Cool. But we're going to do the copy-paste method for now, because like again, we want that in the top level scope, and this also, I think, is a little bit more sane for our purposes. So we'll pass it in. We can say that, listen, this is going to be everything. I promise I'm going to do it 2 lines from now. And again, we will look at another solution with this in a second. But we have it in place, and because like honestly, this one does work. Like when I show you the other one, you might still choose this one. That's why I'm like keeping it for a while. So we've got that like in place. It's getting passed through. Everything seems mostly good. Application's angry at me because I literally removed all these functions. So like we're going to still have to do that refactor, absolutely. But we will do it with the aid of TypeScript in this case. So Could I, this one's just getting items and showing the count. This one has one function. Could I thread them through with use dispatch? I totally could. You can later. I'm going to do the ones that have multi-depths of layers of items, item list to the individual item to actually showing that, to having the actions on the right buttons. So I'm going to do the 2 item lists. These aren't really worth it, but I can pull them in here. So we'll say use context. Did I export everything? Nope. Cool. Items and here I'm going to grab just items, add, and what's the other? Just mark it all as unpacked. Cool. So you can see these are happy. I don't need to pass these props through anymore, right? Because I can pull them when I need them. Let's actually pass these in too. That way I can just reuse the same component. Cool. Still angry with me because it was expecting update and remove. So we can say like, hey, like, what if you just didn't worry about this anymore? And then we don't have to pass them in here. And again, it's kind of just following the errors. It's a little cathartic at times. Versus like, I don't have enough tests, let me keep checking, so on and so forth, right? And kind of just follow the compile errors through. I don't need them here. We'll keep that because we're going to use that functionality in a second. And they don't need to be in the type. So now here we can do use context. Oh, it's update and remove. Awesome. And if we go fire up the app, and again, other than when I'm dealing with third-party libraries where I forget that they need a certain string, will I open a pull request saying that if there's no hashtag at the beginning, maybe you try that first before you blow up? I might later, just for glory, or my own misunderstanding of closure scope for a hot minute there. Generally speaking, I can feel confident just in my editor without the need to like jump back and forth. Should you have tests? Absolutely, you should have tests. Do you need as many for all these edge cases? Like I was feeling comfortable, and a lot of times while I'm using TypeScript, I feel comfortable just doing the refactor. So now we can see that we can update one, we can remove it. Bring a SodaStream with me. There it is at the bottom. Cool, everything works. I can check boxes. I can edit a name. Awesome. Now, there are some things that we can, theoretically do to make this a little bit better, but they're all kind of nice to haves. Like this kind of gets to the main point. But we're going to do something first, which is, did anyone see the bad thing that I did that I hid in there for you to find? It's the same bad thing I keep hiding everywhere. So like, yeah, let's look at the context. Oh yeah, like right. I think maybe I'll stop the editor right. No, there it is.
I found it.
What?
Any.
Right, like, which means that this can be any, which means update, like, can go, like, who knows the ways this can mess me up. But this creates a somewhat, like, interesting, like, problem, which is, like, so the way that update works is it takes an object that has the keys available in an object, and then it just kind of replaces the current ones, right? If I turn this into item, well, that's going to be problematic because theoretically, I also have to change it here. Like, I fixed it in my actual implementation, but you know why I'm not blowing up? Because they spread. They spread. Oh, look, now it's angry at me. Like one any. All it takes is one any. Like you saw it with my action earlier. And the way this works is like we're only replacing one property, right? Over here, we're just taking like whatever, we're taking the name, we're just replacing the name. We're just replacing packed, right? And so I want the situation where any keys you give me better be on item, but I don't need all of them, right? I don't want to replace the ID of an item. What kind of person would do that? I just want to say like, optionally, I want to be able to replace anything on an item, right? And this is where utility types, which are just pure TypeScript, come in helpful, but in a very like specific React use case. So like, what would this look like? So let's go back into our context. And you might say that, hey, Steve, if you had like magically derived this, or if you're using use dispatch, you wouldn't have to do this in 2 places. Yeah, agreed. But this is the point, was to see it with use state and some of the trade-offs. So one of the things I could do is say partial. What partial does, partial is a utility method, right? You can kind of, you can see it by hovering over it. And like, if that stresses you out, that's OK. It stresses me out. But basically, it takes all the keys in the object and makes them all optional. It's basically like taking everything and dynamically putting a question mark in front of all of them. It's built into TypeScript. I didn't have to do anything. I didn't have to write it. It's been there for a while. Each new version, not each new version, new versions of TypeScript very frequently have more and more of these. There's a one that I really like that came out. It's either coming out in 4.9 or it came out in 4.8. I think it's coming out in 4.9, which is awaited, which is if you use await, it's like this is either the promise that we're awaiting or it's the value, and it just does all of that for you. Because previously, I think even when we did like a previous version of this course, like figuring out whether or not something was a promise, you had to like check for a then method and stuff like that. It was not easy, and there's been a lot of abstractions that make that a lot better. I have like a custom one in my code base that I hate, and I am waiting until we upgrade to 4.9. Yeah, that's what it is, before I can use it. So this makes them all optional. But what if you wanted to say, all of them optional, but I better not see an ID in there, right? This is where more utility types come in handy. So we could say like omit, and if I just put it around item, it would just take it out of item, but this is omitting it out of the partial one, right? So I can say omit, and I can say ID. And if I grab this real quick, we can see, kind of break it out so we can just hover over and see. So we'll say partial item. We'll just grab that first part. And then we'll say type partial. Omit. This is a great way to like not retype stuff all over the place. Partial item. And then like, but don't include the ID. So if you look at partial item, that is now, these can all be either string or undefined versus the regular item, that was not the case for. They all had to be there. And without ID says, but not the ID, right? And there's a bunch of these. It is not the best use of our time in a workshop on how React and TypeScript play together to like do a, I have it written up. You can go take a look at it on the like documentation I put for this workshop. Absolutely. Do I remember all of them all the time? No. Is it important to like, if you're doing something squirrely or copy-paste, to be like, I should see what the latest set, because they do update a lot, right? There are new ones in like many of the point releases, not just like 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, but like in each new release, some new ones come out that solve a lot of common problems. So in a lot of these cases, if you need to do something special like that, you can like reach for some of these to kind of create new types on your behalf. So what I'm going to say is, cool, any of the properties that are on an item, but like not ID. And I should be able to use this now in both places. Value, yep, because it's not getting the right thing, so I just got to swap it in here. And my code compiles, and like now it's a lot safer. I don't have that any infecting everything, but I also didn't have to like go and statically make another type again. Because like you can imagine, that's well and good in a stupid little example app. Totally. All of a sudden, one thing changes, and you've like hard-coded all these different sets of values everywhere. it's not great, right? So letting the type system, and you'll notice that like React has done a bunch of this for us. Like it's how props with children works, right? It was like, cool, take whatever it had and jam on children that is React.React node, right? There's like, we use these already in prior examples. We just didn't really talk about them, right? And like having some of those variables being able to pass in, right? It's kind of what setState was doing. It's like, hey, or useState, right? Like it tried to derive the value. If not, we could pass one in. That's very much what we're doing with partial, right? We're making a new type based on some other information. You know, I think it is worth spending a few minutes to talk, like we've like hand waved around these generics. And if you look at like how omit works, that like T and like extends string, number or symbol, those are generics. And they've been around and we've never really like directly addressed them. So let's spend a minute or two, or 5 or 10, just talking a little bit about what they are and how they work, because like we're gonna have to do some like magic with them in a heartbeat in order to kind of like solve that context issue that we had before, right? So we should probably at least do our due diligence, right? Like it's a little deviating from React and TypeScript to a little bit of TypeScript, but when we start using them to solve our context problem that I set up for us, we're going to need them. So let's head over to the course website. We're going to this section on generics. And I'm going to open up the TypeScript playground too, which is just TS playground. And all this is it looks like Visual Studio Code, bigger fonts. And you can see that like I was clearly playing around. Like it saves your last thing. I was clearly playing around with template literals before, right? You can see this is very similar. So you know, I have this user. It's got a first name, a last name, and an age. We saw this earlier when I was struggling with the color conversion because the library I was using. So I showed you already how I can do this. And that's super cool. But then we'll talk a little bit more generics in a second, but like this is kind of one that I made for an action, right? Which is it should take some kind of type, in this case user, right? And user has these 3 keys, right? So say, hey, we've got some type that I'm going to hand you, just like we did with partial and omit before. And then we're going to say, also we're going to have another value. Now they're single letters because that's the convention. Could you call this like you would in a JavaScript variable? You totally could. So we've got the type that we're passing in. And then this one's a little trickier, right? Which is saying we got this other one called K, which stands for key, which needs to be one of the keys of T, which is the user that I passed in, and also a string, which first name is. First name is a string, absolutely. And it is one of these keys. All I am going to say is for the years that I've been using TypeScript, every time I saw one of these, I wanted to cry. And then one day I had to do something really complicated, and I just sat there and I pumped one out and it worked the first time. I don't know when you cross the chasm. I don't know how it happens. I will just say that if this is a simple one. We can look at some more advanced ones later. If this stresses you out, that is an OK feeling. There's no need to have imposter syndrome. And then one day, you will surprise yourself. Hopefully, like one day you will surprise yourself and just like bust one out with like ternaries and like conditionals in it, and it will do exactly what you want. You will not know how you acquired this superpower. So understand that this is a journey and don't feel stressed out. Like this is kind of why it's like a little bit of an aside. But the really cool thing is that it automatically looked at, OK, cool, first name has to be a key on user, and then the payload automatically became the value on the user object, right? If I change this to, you can see it automatically became a number, right? And this is great for reusability. We saw it before. There is a trade-off between should you get all fancy like this, or like would making 3 actions by hand have been better? If you are the maintainer of like React Redux, and you're trying to make a create action hook that generates the right type, this is where you live now. If you are the consumer of one of those libraries, like I'm not doing this I took one foray into the React types, and I don't know that I came back out the same person, right? Like you can do simpler versions of these, but this is kind of the, and I put a lot of reading on like some really like wild stuff about even some of the implementation details of some of this stuff. But I'm mostly only going to touch lightly on it because it doesn't fit the heuristic of have I used it in my own production code base in the last 6 months to a year. There was a question in the chat, why did it work for age? Let's bring this all back as a number. And we said it was a string type. Age, the key itself is a string, right? The value, because it's almost the same syntax as regular, like accessing a value of an object in JavaScript, right? Which is we're saying, go grab this key. It's very much like in JavaScript if we said const right? In this case, like the key is a string, the value is a number. So it's like why age still works. The key age is definitely a string. It's number that's a value. And this is go into the type user, grab the key age, and its value is a number for the payload. And this is just using the template literals that we saw before. Let's start with a slightly simpler example. And one of the ways to show you how this has been helping you under the hood, right? Are you all familiar with the data structure linked list? Yeah, it's a collection, right? One node points to the other one. Like an array, you have the entire array. If you need to like work through it, you totally can. But if you need to put one in the middle, you've got to basically, in C at least, create a brand new array, like put it in. It still happens under the hood in JavaScript, but you do need to, it's tricky to put one in. A linked list is you have the first link, like on a chain link, that points to the next one, that points to the next one. Which means if you want to get to the 56th one, you have to go through all of them. But if you want to put a 43rd one in the middle, unlink them, link them back in, right? So it's just a data structure that is useful. It's one of those ones where it's like almost like breadth first search or depth first search. You're like, I'm never going to need this. And then one day you absolutely need it once. I say this as somebody who had to write a breadth first search generator in JavaScript at work on purpose. Cool, and it has written way too many compilers and parsers for reasons I don't totally understand. I blame working on email editors and Outlook. Anyway, so if we set type, let's like a link or like a link node, so we don't get confused with like what links mean in the web. And we can say this could be, it's a way to say like, I'm going to use the same variable multiple places, please store it somewhere. So we say link is t, and then the value should also be a t. And then it can point to another one, which is a link node, optionally, because eventually this chain is going to have to end somewhere, right? A link node that is also the same t. And all a generic really does for you is to say, whatever t is, it should be the same t everywhere, right? And so if I say const text node, and that is the type not literally string. I mean, you could do that too, but like, then you'll notice it's angry at me because it's like, hey, value is missing in your empty object, but it's required. So we say value. Angry at me because it said it had to be a string. And then this one is saying like, cool, you can point to another link node, but it also has to be a string, right? And if this one started out as a number, it would have the same rules, right? And this is like, what we'll see in a second is how like some of the React stuff has been working for you. But like generally speaking, so then we could say like, is another link node with the value no question mark that time though, right? And like this one has to be a text node because the first one was. So it's automatically casting it. It's already told you what this T needs to be based on the first T. Fine, whatever, right? That is roughly, you can think about them as variables for your type. That is not a wrong way of thinking about them. It's a little nuanced, but like, it's fine. The interesting part is the rule that we have repeatedly double-clicked on, to use a business term, is if TypeScript can figure it out on your behalf, you don't have to tell it what to do. So let's try this. Create link, it's going to be a function. And it's going to take a value. And it's going to return that value in the array. So I just hover over it. It's like, yo, I'm going to yell at you about that any. So now it's like, cool, you got to return one of these. OK, but what if I said, oh, this has got to be a function that returns that. Right? That will theoretically make whatever comes out known to be a link node. I don't want to type that ever again, honestly. So the other way I could do that, and we'll get better and better at this as time goes on. I could say that, hey, I'm going to tell you that you should return a link node. All right, same basic effect. But like, what if I wanted to have link nodes for numbers, objects, arrays? I don't like anything. Am I going to make 1,000 of these? Am I going to create text node? Am I going to create like whatever? Like, no, I don't want to. What I want to say is, yo, I'm going to tell you what the type should be. And what I want you to do is like make sure that I get the right type. So what I could say is, and one thing you have to do if you have JSX turned on, and this is why this is a little bit of reactism, the compiler has a hard time figuring out, is Steve talking about a generic here, or is he starting to write some JSX? Right, so if you did like, that'll totally work. But if it's just, and if you did T and U, T stands for type, by the way. U is because it's the letter after T. That's the level of like sophistication like you'll see in the conventions. You can just put a comma too, and like in JSX, if you're not using JSX, you don't have to do that. But like the compiler gets very confused about what is JSX and what is a type. So now we're saying, cool, there is this idea of T, and whatever T is, it better be the value, and it also better be the T in the link node. Right? And you're like, cool, now it's a function that takes a T, and it returns a T. Great, excited. Life's going on. I don't have any T's around. Where this becomes cool is I can say, whoa, interesting, both those worked. I'm not getting yelled at. String node. Oh, you're a link node string. Another node, you're a link node with number. I didn't even have to use a generic in there, right? If this reminds you of useState and useReducer, this is effectively how they were working, right? It's like, I'm a liberal arts major, but like I was somewhat awake in Algebra 1, right? Which is basically TypeScript is trying to figure out how to solve for T. Cool, you filled in the value, it figured out what T was, and then confirmed that the return value was also the same thing, right? As long as you solve for one of these, as long as you give TypeScript, again, that the recurring theme, you do not need, if you find yourself writing a ton of boilerplate, right? That is a moment to step back and reflect. It's a moment that we were talking on a break. Sometimes you need to go for a walk to write better code, right? It is a moment to go for a walk, because a lot of times, if TypeScript can figure it out, and sometimes it can't, API requests when you're talking to a server. Yes, could use protobufs and generate types and import those types, but it's cheating. You're importing the types. Generally speaking, like if it's something external or something like that, or something that's coming from like the user, like an input field, it could be a little trickier. Or that hex code where like I did the is hex code thing, we did the is. Like there's occasional times where you have to step in. There's occasional times or arguments where you have to help out. But generally speaking, if you're writing good, especially with React, which has a very good battle-tested type system, if you find yourself writing a lot of type stuff, that is a moment for pause and reflection, right? So those are our generics, and we will see them on our journey to solve the create context issue that we had before. Are we ready to like put that monster to bed? We are going to have to pull out some generics. A little what I said before about sometimes you see them, they make you want to cry a little bit, is true. Let's, now that we know a little bit more about generics, we're going to look at like one way to solve for that create context issue where we had to use as to force it. Pulling together a lot of the things that we have, we've all like picked up over the course of the last few hours together, and kind of pull some of it together to solve for this issue. Now that we're armed with like generics and we can kind of like take a run at it. So I have this in place for now. I'm going to leave this code here for a second until it gets in my way. One of the things, actually, why don't I'm going to make myself a fresh file somewhere right next to it. I'm going to make my own create context file. Look at that. I'm only getting yelled at because it doesn't like empty files. That's fine. I will make it not empty soon. So, all right now. There we go. Create context. This is going to be in addition to React. And sometimes like this is a useful technique for other things as well. Let's actually call it the right thing. Talking and coding, create context. Awesome. Everything's happy with me again. Oh, there's some leftover stuff from previous typing. OK. So we want to be able to basically know about what the type should be at the same time that we have the information available to us. So like I said, this is going to pull in a bunch of different concepts. Most notably, it's going to pull in what we just learned about generics. It's also going to pull in what we learned about like reducing some of the cases, right? We saw with the action type, which is the more of them that we called out and then returned values from, the like less options TypeScript thought it had, right? So really what we need is a way that if it didn't know what properties were on this object, that by the time this function returns, it is confident, right, that it has the right thing. And there are some trade-offs here, and we can talk about them. There's like if there was a perfect solution, I would argue that like most things, like it's like the way I feel about performance. If there was a you should always do this, they would have just put it into the framework, right? We are like everything they could have put in the microchip they did, and every level of abstraction up. We're only left with the weird edge cases and the specific applications of that at the very end. So like, welcome to being a software engineer. What do you want me to say? But the goal here is to kind of use a bunch of these different concepts to come up with a situation where it's like, all right, here's the context, and I know that the value is what it is. So this, we're going to use a generic here. We'll call it T. You could call it C if you wanted to. Whatever. Like I'm going to do in the color app. It actually, literally, this technique, I could have pulled up any app. It wouldn't really matter. I'm going to do in the color app because like I should fix it in where I did it, and then you implementing stuff in the items app, so you can do it there. But it's going to be the same in both apps, so like it doesn't matter. So we're going to have this T. And like the only thing I really care is like we saw that like value every time that we used it was an object, right? That like it was either wrapping all the stuff for the items in that packing list app. It was either wrapping the hex color and other stuff there as well. So I think that's a fine heuristic. We're going to say T, but I don't want to deal with like undefined or like null or anything like that. I want to at least assume that I'm going to get some kind of object. Even if it's an empty object, I want to assume that this is some kind of object, even if I don't know anything about it. So we'll say that T extends some kind of object, right? Like, the very least. It could have more keys than this object, but it at least has to have that rough shape to it. That feels like a fair constraint to put on. Now, technically, the context API, you can put in no. You can put it undefined. I don't know if you can put it in no. Yeah, I did earlier. You can put it in no. But like, we're going to say that if we're going to go through all this work, it's going to be something that we can swap values in and out of. Like, if it was just a static value, like a string, then we don't need to do this at all, right? We only need to do this because we didn't have dispatch as a key on that object yet, or set state or whatever. So like, let's assume that if we're pulling out this trick, it's going to be an object. So that's like step one. So then we want to create a context. I'm going to like not pull things off of React because like if I say import in curly braces create context from React, I'm going to just like recreate that bug I had with RGB in the color app because like, except it'll be redefining a constant, I'll get yelled at. And I don't feel like coming up with a new name for this. So we'll say, we'll make a context inside this closure scope, right? Inside this function. And we'll say, we'll make a context. I don't, like, before I called it like color context or item context, like this is a generic helper. We'll say it is React dot create context. And we're going to say that we're going to give you a type that is either the one that we want, with everything, batteries included, dispatch, all the fun stuff. Or, this guy go on the generic. It's either going to be T, or it's going to be undefined, right? Which is like what we did. We either put an empty object, or we did something. It doesn't really matter, right? Like the other half of this or statement could probably be anything you wanted, because we're going to figure that out. Like, undefined is nice and easy to check for, so we'll go with that one. You could probably put it in nan. I don't know. But we'll say it's either the one we want, or it's undefined, which is not totally different than the problem statement we had earlier. And for now, we're going to say it's undefined. Because no. I need to make the, like, Emmet abbreviation second. That's one day. It's like, it's never, I get bitten by it all the time. It's never the day I want to do it. Maybe tonight is the day I want to do it. We'll see. Cool. So we've got this context. And now, like, we don't, that's like, this could be anything. We don't know what it is yet. And so what we want to say is we also need a use context. We basically need to create our own create context and our own use context. And they also need to live in this little encapsulated bubble. Because the problem we had before is, if you remember, we had context up here. And that was fine, because we can then export stuff. So we had context up here. That was fine, because then we could export stuff. But then we could only make the hooks inside of a React component. So the fact that they couldn't exist. Now, in here, we've got a function scope that is encapsulated, right? And that we can like package up and send places. And so what we can do is let's create our own use context hook here too. Right? And use context, this one doesn't really like, this is going to be like kind of like a wrapper around the one in React, just like this is, right? We're basically like using closure scope to like solve our own problems, even though it created problems for me earlier. And like, I've forgiven it. So we'll say that we'll have a guy call it something. We'll say calling it lowercase context will confuse everyone. It'll make us all sad. I can't say uppercase and lowercase letters with words. So we'll say use context with this one up here. So this one implicitly already knows without any module exports. Before we had to export item context. We had to export color context. And then in the one we pulled in Reacts and we pulled in our other context. Here we have the advantage of we don't necessarily have to do that because we are living inside of a function. And like we don't get yelled at by React about using hooks outside of like functions, so on and so forth. So we've got that in place. And so you're like, okay, cool. Like, what if we don't need that in braces. Use context is just that one, yeah. Use context, we'll have the CTX, cool. And then like ideally, return the context. You'll see why this will blow up at me in a second. Like, and then what we're going to do is find a nice way to say, I want to be able to give you that use context hook and the context provider so we can wrap our application with in one package that you can import everywhere that you want. You should spell return right. That's key to making this work. Like right now, this could still be, it's like almost there. There's a few little tweaks we need to do. Like we're going to have some kind of T. It looks like we're going to have an array that could be a bunch of things. It could be a function that returns context or undefined. That's our like use context hook. Or you come back here. Or it could have a React provider that is T or undefined. And that will be an array of infinite number of these use context hooks and context providers. Well, one, we know that if we can lock down an array, it's not an infinite array of any of these, right? It can be a static, two things. The first one is this, the second one is that. And that's just simply putting. So now this is not an array of many of these things. It is an array, just like use state. The first thing is always the state, and the second one is always set state. Here, we're going to say now if we hover over it. OK, cool. This is getting better already. Still, we haven't solved the core problem yet. We've just like moved the problem around a little bit. And so here we have, OK, we've got T. It should extend some kind of object, right? And it's going to return this 2-element array, this tuple. I have never decided which one I like. They're both appropriate to say. I think I'm going to say tuple because I'm from New Jersey, and that just feels right. The first one is effectively the same signature as a use context hook, or the value of the use context, right? It's T or undefined, which is OK. And the provider has T or undefined. So we know if we can like end one of these branch timelines, we can eliminate one of these options, right? And so really, I wanted to say like, yo, this is always going to be T. And I want you to feel confident that it's always going to be T, right? And previously, the way we've done that is like return out early with a different JSX element or something like that. Unfortunately, if we return out early and we don't have a value, that doesn't do us much good. So the question is, and this is a JavaScript meditation for a hot minute, and like 50 points for anyone who can guess it. Like there are 3 ways to get out of a function. One, you run out of code, right? That line 13, that's one way to end a function, get to the bottom of it. Line 12 is the second way to get out of a function, return. Right? I could return on line 5 and be out. Right? There is a third way to get out of a function that does not have a return value.
Break?
That's the only thing I can think
I think break gets you out of a loop. I don't think break gets you out of a function. What?
Throw?
Throw.
Throw, yeah.
Right? If I throw an error and I don't catch it, out we go. Right? So what I can do is say like, and like, listen, if for some way, somehow, and have error boundaries set up in your React app. The chat. Yield, I think, only gets me out of a generator. Throw an error is probably the in my opinion the best way to do this. Right? So we're saying there shouldn't be a world, if we saw before, where like our context is undefined. If so, like let's deal with that, right? And say that we are going to like hit an error boundary, catch that error somewhere, deal with our application code to say like, if you use this, we will confirm that T exists so that for the rest of our application, you can also know that T exists. So we'll say if CTX, I'm not going to talk ill of the Go programming language. I don't like short variable names. I don't even like it in my types. It's a convention. I live with it. For me, I'm cool with a variable name that's like 42 characters long. I have autocomplete. You know that I like my autocomplete. All right, so if CTX is undefined, right, then what we're going to say is, and you can get as fancy as you want here. I'm going to make this a template string. Context. Like the most likely case where this happens is the value never got passed in when we set it up before. I've seen worse error messages in my life. Cool. So now we're going to create the context. We're going to see, did anything come out of this context? If something came out and it's not undefined, and we get past, really, it depends on what we want to say we get past. Either we get past the conditional or we get past the throw. It's really a philosophical question. But if we get through this conditional statement, right, because up here, CTX, it's T or undefined. We're saying, yo, if you're undefined, yell at the person writing the code. Get out. Which means by the time we get here, it can only be one thing, right? So now, if we hover over this, this is a use context function that will give you T, or like it's, it'll throw. And like the provider itself can be T or undefined, but like we know that when you pull the value out of this, we're going to be good to go, right? And now we can actually have that typing from the very beginning. Yeah.
Is there an assert in TypeScript we could replace it with?
So like TypeScript itself does not have any like powers to do anything in your code, right? Like when you run the build process, it's gone, right? It's all JavaScript at the end of the day. It is only like kind of hovering around your JavaScript. Like it cannot meddle itself in the affairs of mortals, right? It has to like kind of just hover over and check to make sure everything's okay, and but it can't actually do anything yourself, which sometimes is annoying, right? Like I could make a type out of a value, but I couldn't make a value out of a type. Because like TypeScript cannot impact the world of JavaScript, right? It lives in the shadows. Cool. Metaphors I did not expect to pull in today, but here we are. So let's take this thing out for a spin. Like let's try it out. Like this was hard earned, and so let's try it out. So now, and you got to ask yourself, right? Like, what's worse? And if someone's got a better solution, I'm here for it. But as far as I know, this is the way. So what we want to do is say that we're going to get rid of reacts. And am I so lazy that I'm going to like tempt autocomplete here? Oh, look at I got it. Cool. All right. So create context, we say it's color context state. Now this one doesn't take a value. And it does return me it returns me both these things. So I have my own use context. Right, so far, so good, except for the fact that I got rid of some stuff. This one should still now wrap index.tsx, right? That should still be the same one that we had before. So now we have to use our own use context. Let's see. I'm trying to think if I have a more convenient way. Oh yeah, I don't like. This is now we get to the points of opinions, and you can do whatever you want here. Like, I want to pull this out of the array and export it. I want it to be easy. I want it to be reliable. I don't really want to pull out both because I don't need both all the time. So what I want to say is like, I'll call this one use colorContext and then export a use context so I don't ever have to think about what the name was again. You could do the opposite. I don't really care. I personally have waffled on this one. Export const. Whichever one, if you'd rather use your special one here and keep the name inside, I don't care. So we can do this. We want to get rid of the one we pulled in from React. And this one does not take an argument. Cool. There are other versions of this I have to go hunt down. But this is now my bespoke one. And it doesn't, I don't need to pull in the context all over the place. I don't need to pull in use context. I have a hook that's entirely encapsulated with everything it needs to know. I can use this one from this point forward. Yeah, I can pull the dispatch out. And are we ready for like the big reveal? Does it work? Did he do all that work to find out that he has a bug? Everything works. So there's no more as. I did have to create an abstraction. I did have to wire up my own like bespoke version of createContext that is special to like throw in an error. And like I don't disagree that that shouldn't be in the library because like maybe you don't want to throw an error, maybe like insisting and like forcing that on every JavaScript user is also a thing, and changing the API in a breaking change. And you know, if you've used like Redux toolkit or anything like that, like wrapping things with like the more specific parts of your use case like is a common pattern that you'll see a lot. You get to choose which one you like more. Like if you're really against the casting as an as, that is fine. I think the reason to kind of talk about this one is it does pull together many of the like subtle undercurrents of what we've been talking about using React and Redux. And I think the other powerful thing that you can do if you're like, yo, to use context hooks, I'm going to import the wrong one and it's going to break. I love your thinking. I agree. Let's fix that. So yeah, this is going to be confusing. A lot of the times, I want to build particularly my state management code in my React app in a way that allows me to like change my mind, right? Like what if I don't want to use a context API anymore? What if I want to switch to Redux? Do I want to redo everything in my app? No, I don't. So I could do stuff like use hex color, right? Which doesn't really, the name doesn't imply that I'm using a context API. It doesn't like imply that I'm using Redux. It doesn't like imply any of these things, right? And all that is going to do, let's say magically I didn't export this one anymore, that this becomes an internal implementation detail that I never exposed to the world, right? And so now I could say, this one. Already I'm confusing myself, right? And what I will do in most of the apps that I work on is create a series of these that hide what I'm using, right? Now throughout my app, I call use hex color. I can call like, depending on how much I have going on, if there's a whole bunch of things, I can say like, I'll maybe make like a use actions, right? Or if it's like use update hex color, it'll just be a function that dispatches the right action, right? There's a bunch of ways that you can do this, but what I'll frequently do is create it, like I might choose to use this technique, but I want to hide this from everyone involved. I think one of the rules, like, under the hood, it's electrons going through copper wires. It's the levels of abstraction that make things better. One of my important rules, like when maintaining a large code base that I like enforce on my team, which is like, sometimes you have to do dark things. put that in a file and you encapsulate it in one place and you do not let it spread through our code base, right? Like sometimes like an API is not what we want and we have to put an abstraction over it. Okay, that lives in one place, contained, right? It's like, you know, every horror movie you've ever seen. You put that like in the dungeon somewhere. And you don't let the dragon out. And so you can like encapsulate a lot of this. And like, if you look at use hex color, you know, hex color is still a string, which has bitten me once today, but it is true. And this becomes like the rest of my application is type safe. It's aware of everything. It's not string or something else, right? If I said, even the simplest version is to say use dispatch, right? Which will and this like looks like the one out of some libraries that like we can talk about later, right? That's it. That's the type. I will get dispatch out of there, right? And then I can use it everywhere. Everything we did is hidden. It's not like I'm now juggling 2 different create contexts, 2 different use contexts or anything like that. Like I can create it up in this file, and then for the rest of my app, I can just use dispatch, or I can even make more specific ones, right? And like have those available everywhere. Like use adjust color, and like it'll give me the functions for doing that. I can use those throughout my app. If I dramatically change my mind, right, then I have like the option to just change my abstractions in this one place. And as long as, and like the nice part with TypeScript, as long as I adhere to the same contract, everything is just going to work. Right? And so like it's one of the advantages that you get is like a compiler is going to run around if you use these hooks everywhere, and it's going to confirm that if you swap out this implementation for even the other one, right, the original one, nothing changes in the rest of your app, right? If you swap out the context API for Redux, nothing changes in your app. If you swap out use state for use reducer, nothing changes in your app, right? And TypeScript will make sure that you didn't make a boo-boo, like almost immediately at lightning speed, to make sure that everything works, right? And you get all those abstractions for free. All right, let's talk about one more small thing that makes me happy. Pop quiz for 75 points. They're like points in Super Mario. They don't really do anything. What is the one thing that makes me happier than anything else?
No any's.
What's that?
No any's.
No any's. Because what? What do any's mess up?
Everything.
But in particular, autocomplete.
Oh.
In particular, autocomplete. Right? Like, I tell everyone else on my team we're using TypeScript for reliability and type safety. It's totally why we use it. Also, like, I like autocomplete. It's amazing to me every time that it works. Right? You probably noticed that as I was talking. The second I typed an empty string, I saw those action names. It's like the first time that I ever saw it in my life. Right? Every time it makes me that happy. So can I talk about what doesn't make me happy, which is the opposite of what makes me happy, right? So let's take a look. I have these, if you've never done this, like you are my hero, and I appreciate you, which is every app, I'm like, this time, I'm not going to do this. And I'll have like a button, because maybe I want to have like a primary button and a destructive button and a secondary button, right? Or the one that I always end up with, maybe I just want to have a form input that is a label wired up for the right ID, right? Like, and I don't have to put them both together and then realize that they're both like inline blocks, and then change the styling on the two of them, how they play together. Or a button and component, like a submittable input field. Like, I don't ever, like when I worked at Twilio, there was another team that worked on the design system. I'm very glad that they worked on the design system, because I don't want to. And yet, on some small level, I end up having to build my own little mini design system all the time. It's just little stuff like this, like a button that I can use that like has the right styles and all the things that I want, right? Like passed in. But here's the thing. If you look at, and I'll do one, you can do the other. I think this is the one that annoys me more, so I'm going to do this one. OK. what do you notice about these props? How many of them are original and ones you've never seen before? Technically, only this one, right? And like that's just to put some label in here, right? The rest of these, I am just passing through. And you know what would happen the first time I needed to autofocus one of these? You know what I'd have to do? I'd have to add another prop. It's the first time I wanted to make one of these required. You know what I'd have to do? Add another prop. How about like, yeah, I can, you know, keep going with this example, but I think we get the point. In regular JavaScript, I might choose to do something like this. So label is special. I think that's the only one that was truly special. Like read-only, I got yelled at about uncontrolled inputs for the like, it's very rare that you like show people a like app where like none of the state management is hooked up, right? Unless you're teaching. So I was like, call it a read-only if there's like no way to like update the value. How about that? So that's bespoke because I was teaching and I was tired of ESLint yelling at me. But like generally speaking, like I really just want to wire up HTML4 to the same ID as the input ID, and I would like to pass in a custom label, and I would like to wrap it in a div to treat it as one package, right? I don't want to do this all the time. So what I would end up doing in JavaScript is you could just do like, yo, label, take the rest of the props, and go in here. We'll keep my custom ID. I guess I'm going to use the ID for a second because I'm, just in case it doesn't have a unique one, I take this hook that gives you, it's mostly for server-side rendering, gives you a unique identifier, so I know that all my inputs have unique IDs. So we'll keep that. We'll keep the read-only in there. Other than these two things, anything else that comes in, spread it out. I guess I need on change in this case too. Cool. But you'll notice it's angry with me, right? One, because I didn't put a comma. And now it's angry. It should be somewhere else in a second. Because it's like, well, these, you know, like I don't get any autocomplete. I can't actually put, like if I get rid of these now, ready? At least these. I can't use them, so I get rid of them here. Oh, the label I needed. But like you can see the red popping up. It's like, hey, like these don't like work and stuff like that. It's like it shows up on label, but it's actually saying like you gave it an on change. I don't know anything about an on change. Now, if this code were to compile, if I change the file extension, it works. But other fun stuff. No autofocus. No, nothing, right? So not only do they not compile, that's problem number one. Problem number two, I ain't got no autocomplete, right? And button is the same way. And I'll let you play around with button in a second. Like I want, it's wrapping a button. Like especially look at button. I'm literally just returning a button. Pretend special button where I'm just like playing around with the classes a little bit. Pretend you're a button who is a button that I've wrapped. So what I really want to do is I want to create a type where my custom stuff, label, and then all the things that are part of a regular whatever the input field is. And I think Alex asked the question before, we saw it with component props without ref and component props with ref and stuff like that, which is there is a way to access all of the props, right? And so like what I can do is I can basically say, hello, I would like to create a type that is my special stuff plus all of the types from another component. And we can do that super easily. And let's try it out with that labeled input, where I already started it, which is, OK, actually, even these two. Oh, it's just label that I wanted. I wanted label to be a string. And on change, that could be the normal one. And so I'm getting yelled at. I'm getting yelled at all over the place. Like everyone's angry with me. And what I can do is I can basically say, if I don't think I'm going to use a ref, I'll start with this one and wait. Which is to say, take everything from an input. And now if I look at this, it's grabbing it from the actual types. It is literally everything from the built-in, which is an abstraction. Like it's a set of abstractions. Like TypeScript has lib.dom.d.ts. Then there's JSX intrinsic elements, which are like kind of the JSX wrappers on top of that. Then there's all the React extra stuff, like the React handlers, so on and so forth. And so you can see I'm getting some of that in place here. And you can also see nothing is angry with me anymore. Right now, because I'm spreading these all like on the right place, and like theoretically you could override read only because actually if I put, the props come in afterwards. So you could actually even override this one too, because it's like order of operations. Cool, set this one, and then this. Question on the order of operations on that, but it's not important right now. Cool. So now if I go back to a place where I was blowing up before, I get everything that an input field can do. And none of the stuff that it can't do, right? And all of that is kind of built in with the autocomplete. As far as TypeScript is concerned, my special labeled input is, in fact, has all the properties of an input field because I was explicit about which ones we're passing through, right? And you could see how you could take this technique. You could like, okay, and a label, but I want to take some of these and put there's danger with some of that. Like with all programming, the fancier you get, you start walking on the razor's edge a little bit, like, and just to be aware of that. But like generally speaking, for some of these very simple, like mini design system components that I end up creating, I can definitely do that, right? And it's a super powerful trick to do, right?
Yeah, wouldn't this also require you to pass, let's say there is a required property on something, marking the input as the props of some element, wouldn't this also force you to pass those required properties in when you wouldn't otherwise?
I mean, if I'm wrapping a thing where they would be required, they're going to be required one way or the other. Right. So to answer your question, if for some reason I needed to get super nuanced, right? And so let's, hypothetically, as we answer the question, let's say that for some reason, like the regular DOM components don't have any really required properties, right? Because turns out the DOM predates TypeScript, so it's like fast and loose. HTML, you've never seen an HTML page crash. I think that's a true statement. JavaScript can crash. HTML, the browser will do everything to make it work. So like, but let's imagine we desperately wanted to create one of these without autofocus, right? At which point we pull out one of those utility types we saw before. When we say like omit, and you have to do this a lot of times with like more complicated components. So now this is, and then here we might say that like, I don't know, right? And like you could do something along these lines, right? Where you say like, cool, let's take a button that's got everything but this, and then I have thoughts on what this one should be, right? Now you can see it's getting, I'm yelled at because I said it was required this time, right? Like I didn't put a question mark. So now I can create one where I'm forcing, which to force autofocus on all of them was a weird choice on my behalf. But like, if I, the easier, with HTML, it's easier to answer the opposite of your question. You're like, what if something's required, I want to make it optional, right? In the case of HTML elements where everything's optional, it's easier to make something required. But by saying everything but this, but then I have strong feelings about this, we can make it required. And if I omitted it completely, we have now removed the ability to have autofocus whatsoever, right? So you can like compose and put together like recipes of these types in a like super powerful way. So when I worked at Twilio, we had this design system Paste, and I was like good friends with that team. And the primitive for everything was box, right? And box was kind of like div, but everything under the hood was a box. And if some team was like, well, we can't use your design system because we need this custom thing, they're like, cool, start with box, right? And you see this a lot. It exists in like Material UI and Chakra UI. And this is super easy to like implement, where it's like as article, right? And then under the hood, and I'll show you this code in a second, under the hood, you can just do this little trick where it's like you replace the tag name with whatever that was, right? And in a normal world, like taking that and passing it to component props without ref or component props with ref and like getting the rest of those types to all like come in would totally work. And it can be done. And this is the question of like, at what point like do you make the call? It can be done. However, because particularly the DOM is so fast and loose, and then like refs can be all sorts of different things, and a few other different children and stuff like that, which is why they were removed from functional component. Like because it can be so fast and loose, the actual there's like I think I linked to a bunch of like blog posts at the bottom, like of deep academic discussions on the nuances of doing it in these libraries. And originally, I was like, oh, yeah, let's take an exploration, right? Because like clearly, we must do it in Paste. And I'll just show you the simple version. And we will get into like the deep, deep version. Because at one point, I was like, let me go see how my buddies did it. They just hard-coded all the HTML values with what they should be for like the common denominator. Because like they're actually, if you actually hovered over a section, a div, and a side, they're all just base HTML elements. They don't actually have any special properties. They're all boxes. So sometimes like they didn't do all this like deep gymnastics, right? They just had a list of all the properties that box supported, and it was all the common ones across that. And like, there's a real question you need to ask yourself of like, if you start nesting a like type ternary inside of another one that then like flips over into a never in one case, library code is a different story, right? The stuff you have to do to support a wide range of generalized use cases, absolutely. There has never been a time that I've done one of those things. Like when I told you like that one time, like, and I just busted out this like crazy generic and it just flowed out of me. I don't totally remember, but I'm pretty sure I deleted that. Do you know what I mean? Like it worked, but like I went for a walk, and a simpler, more maintainable for any junior engineer on my team version of that was the right answer. So like to the question in the chat, like I think sometimes that is like that sense and that the like spirit that fuels that question is I think incredibly valid, right? Of like, you know, like for if you're just mirroring a simple like button, I use that all the time. Super helpful. We'll look at some of this, but like I would tell you a like cautionary tale here, right? So this is from the Paste docs, right? They're all boxes. You can see they make you then use, instead of like CSS things, like they have their very specific properties. It's to like build you into their system so that it works with everything else. But this is like what the simplest version, if you just wanted to use all the standard div, section, paragraph, right? They have like base CSS styling that's different, but they are functionally the same, is that you would basically say like, hey, as can be any one of these known types, and then like have it be that tag name. And then like, since they all have the same core set of things, you can like pull it in. And like this mostly works. But like, as you kind of get to like, this is like what I worked out as like, like as I was going through it, I was like, this is a bad idea, right? And kind of stopped myself, right? Because a lot of times it's like even though some libraries choose to just keep it a lot simpler than this, and you can go all the way, and I think that I would turn this more into a cautionary tale that you should probably not, right? Can you? Absolutely. But at that point, you're deep into the internals of TypeScript, and I think we've wandered far just to like
abstract something there. Like the work to like grab the common elements is a lot easier in that case, right? Or have two components becomes a lot easier. If your goal is to build a React application, I would caution you, right? It seems good. It seems like I should do this because abstractions are great, except when they're not. I would say the heuristic to follow, this is going to be my kind of like closing like piece here, is there's deeper you can go in terms of library code, but on like the practical scale of like things that, the heuristic of like, what have I actually had to use in the last little bit? Like this covers almost all of it, right? Obviously, there are further explorations. Yes. And I put some links and some reading material. There's also, I added some stuff around like higher order components, which I would say in the hooks era, I find myself more making hooks than I make higher order components, but like how to like pass through certain props. Some of that stuff exists, but like I say, like under the heuristic of like, what are the stuff that you're going to use? Like this is the core set that I find myself in the large code bases that I've worked on in the last few years using repeatedly over and over. Questions?
And do you think it's a suitable scenario for some cases when, in order not to read it, let's say you have a couple of layers of custom JSX or custom JSX, and let's say you repass, let's say you opted out of context, and you repass a bunch of properties. Do you think it's also a good idea if they're very closely coupled to pick the props of the most bottom one and kind of say the same thing we did with bottom, for example. Say just you take the props with this layer, you destructure a bit and say this is, let's say at the top level, 2 properties plus whatever the lowest is. Then 1 property, whatever the lowest, and then you end up with just the lowest when we press it down.
Yeah, like one of the things that I would do, and I think this answers the question, is I would probably start to think about like what does composability look like, right? So for instance, like one of the thoughts that struck me as I was putting together this is not a particularly big app, right? Is, let's see if I can do it real quick, Xcolor. I wrote that a lot, right? And it's not always the sole property, right, to your point, on every single object, right? One of the things I would do in this strategy is like start to think about the composability. There are a lot of things that involve a hex color, but like some of these probably involve some, this is it being a somewhat simple app, involves some other things as well, right? And so what I might start to do is like head over, whether it's in global d.ts or somewhere else, like depends. What I might start to do is like, how we had props with children that then could extend? I find myself, there was a point where I didn't know props with children existed and I wrote my own and used it all the time and it worked, it was great. But a lot of times what I might do is like, and I could say like, in this case, P and now I could theoretically take any other set of props. Like that might be one of my lower level ones, right? And like later on, I could be like, hey, I want to add this together. Now I have it in one place. It's a utility type that I can like abstract and start to like compose together larger and more advanced types. And like we talked a little bit about like interfaces, like versus like types. The other thing that like I have done over time is like you can do stuff like I'm trying to think of another thing that I would need. Sure. Right, and I might make same basic concept, and this is something I've done before to like honestly great effect, and it's served me better sometimes than a lot of the fancy stuff. And then you can see where this is going, right?
Yeah, just union.
Yep. And you can begin to like just compose them. This is normally what I end up, I have never had the diligence to actually call it props with, but because we did props with children, I was like, yeah, that seems good. A lot of times I've just done with. And you can see like that one, I got to work it out a little bit. I think I got to omit some stuff and play around. Also P is probably part of it. But the basic pattern, right, not to get too into the weeds here, right, is that, yay, it worked. I can begin to compose these and have the different sets of them. And like, as you know, if something is only expecting hex color and it gets hex, you know, like as long, if it's like it'll play around with the types as long as it is a set that works. Unlike Java and C and stuff like that, you don't have to be like in this type only. Like if a function is expecting something with A and B and you pass an object that has A, B, and C is not used, that fits the type because it doesn't C is irrelevant, right? And so you get some flexibility in TypeScript that you don't get with other type systems. Cool. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
I think you just need to make, like, at some point it's a trade-off not to an 80-20 rule.
Yep, exactly. And I would encourage you to like think of, like, consider that and think about that because it is very tempting to go on an internet expedition and be like, I should do this crazy pattern. I've regretted it almost every time. Sometimes the next week, sometimes my favorite things are some like 2020 me thought that was a smart idea, right? 2022 me regrets everything, right? And like understanding that like you live with code bases for a long time and cleverness very frequently comes to bite you and explicitness sometimes bites you, but at least it's just annoying bites, right? Mike North has a full like just TypeScript dedicated course where like you can go into like the internals for this, which I said is useful in a lot of cases. But if we're just thinking about the React layer, you get a lot of the power from React too. Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.